All right, welcome in everybody. We are about to get started with our zone battle tournament. We'll just give us one moment here, and we're gonna hop right into the action today. It's gonna be insane, the best zone battle you will ever see. I am really looking forward to it. And just give us one moment. All right, let's get started, everybody. Also, let me turn down this amazing soundtrack so you can actually hear me. All right, yes. I am Austin Bennett, the community developer here at Enhanced, and we have had one heck of a tournament day with Zone Battle from 7 a.m. Eastern until, well, pretty much until now. And we're going to keep going with some of the best matches that you could possibly see. So yeah, here is a look at our remaining schedule. Today we will be finishing out Zone Battle, heading into Trifecta next weekend. The top 4 players from each game mode will be qualified to compete in that Trifecta game mode, or I'm sorry, the Trifecta Grand Finale tournament, where the biggest prizes are to be had. And yeah, they will have to test their mettle in all 3 game modes. So the true TEC champion, true Tetris Effect connected champion, will come out on top in the Trifecta format. And I am joined by none other than Modest, Tomato, and Davo. You two are live. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. Yep.
Thanks for having us here.
Of man, but no, I'm doing fantastic. Glad to be here. Glad to cast for some more Zone Battle. You know, it's a beloved fave of mine, and Modest, good to be casting with you again as per usual. And looking forward to some of the matches tonight.
I know, there's so much talent. Zone Battle always a bunch of fun. Personal favorite mode of mine. And yeah, honestly, I just can't wait to see the kind of games we're getting into. I mean, I already have a look at the bracket. I assume there's a nice way to check that out as well. There's the command or something, but
if only it were pinned in the Twitch chat, you know.
Yeah, so. I know. It's so crazy. I know, but
it'd be wild if that was a possibility. Yeah, no. But All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll take this one. So
yeah, you got it.
So all right. Yeah, we didn't exactly plan who was doing what, but we'll be playing it by ear. So this is another plug for our giveaways here. So Enhance, obviously wonderful supporters of the TEC scene and such. So we do have our giveaway going on. If you're in chat, I believe it's just typing connected in the chat should enter you into a giveaway for some fabulous prizes and games and things that are such as you can see on screen. So if you want some amazing TEC swag, be sure to enter that giveaway. As long as you just type it once during the stream, I believe that's all you need to enter. And I'm not entirely sure. I think you might be able to also go over to Enhance's own Twitch account on Enhance Experience, and I believe you can do it there as well to enter the giveaway a second time.
Yeah,
so if you're really looking out for it, which I mean, I've got that TEC shirt from last year. I love wearing that. I like that thing. That thing got worn like once every week. Honestly, I love that thing. So if you want more of that TEC swag, be sure to enter these giveaways and keep on supporting Enhance, because they do some lovely stuff for us.
Enhance is awesome. You know, immediately better than the parent company. You know, don't tell them I said that. But
Modest, careful.
I mean, yeah. But there's so much cool swag you can get here. Again, you can there's so many shirts, like controllers, stickers. You could get anything you want, it feels like. And Enhance has been incredible working with us and putting on this show. So really incredible by them.
Yep, and although there are some exclusive items for the players that are placing in the, I believe, top 4 for each of the individual modes, as well as the final Trifecta bracket, they'll get some exclusive merch. You can get your own variants to help keep supporting on your favorite players by matching suit. As well as I've been told you might be able to get a little bit better by wearing some of the TEC swag. I know for myself, I've gotten quite a bit better ever since I got that package. that didn't have my actual name, just had my gamer tag on it. My roommate was really confused receiving the package. It was like, I don't know anyone that refers to you by your gamer tag, so I think it's something Tetris related. I was like, I know what this is.
That'll do it.
This is the secret sauce. Haha. But no,
Don't tell them about the secret sauce, all right? I like being 10K rating. You know, I don't feel like dropping down. I don't need a new set of gamers coming up with the merch, the swag. But I mean, I guess the cat's out of the bag now.
If you two want to reach 10K SR in zone battle, you two can do so. But it looks like we'll be getting into our first match here. So for those of you that have kept up with previous TEC events, you may recognize this match, Kazu versus OSW. Both of these players made it to top 4 in the Square 1 Invitational that happened earlier this year, and this was our bronze place match. So Kazu lost to Akashi Robo, who ended up winning the whole tournament. OSW falling to Uyoshoto, who, if you're checking the bracket, you'll notice is going to be on the other side of winners. So both of these players are fantastic TEC Titans, and able to go at blistering paces, extremely strong at offense, but just as quick on the defense side to clean up their stacks before it gets too messy.
This matchup is so ridiculous. It feels kind of like the old god. Kazu's been around for a while, at the top of not like even before Connected. And OSW now like this young kid, 14 I believe, coming out of the woodwork and just so talented, ridiculous speed. I'm super excited.
Yeah, like a lot of people will often say that, like, you know, or some people may be like, okay, well, at the end of the day, it feels a little bit more like a speed match, and sometimes the Japanese players just seem extremely fast and have just, like, transcended beyond anything that people can achieve. And OSW, and I will say a couple of other Tetrio players as well, have come into our scene and really shown that if you work at it enough and get comfortable with the guideline handling, it's not impossible to start playing at this 2.5 guideline PPS and really burst the bubble of not only what's possible within, you know, large tournament settings, but also just breaking boundaries in terms of what you can even accomplish in a regular tournament setting. So, props to OSW for really pushing it, yeah.
I mean, if anyone's gonna be breaking boundaries right now, it's gonna be these two. And I mean, OSW a little awkward on that placement, but no big deal. We're still phase 1, so you know, all the garbage sent gonna be really clean. Both gonna have beautiful stacks. No big pressure.
Yep, still doing everything. Just
Kazu's board's freaking me out a little bit, but it should be okay.
Yeah, not really the best, but again, you'll notice with the expert speed that Kazu and OSW are able to display, both of them are OSW with the eye misdrop. And you can see the sweaty emotes as well. OSW not happy to start off the set like that, but again, the speed already 144, 157. These players are striding at 2.5 PPS, much faster than a lot of players' blitz speeds, even at a top level. Just a whole nother world of offense that we're going to be seeing tonight.
It's so fast. And I mean, sometimes though, that speed can get you in a pickle. OSW, one little mistake and can't clean it up in time. Really unfortunate, but should be a fluke round, knowing what I know about these players.
A lot of good early pressure from OSW, trying to see if they can catch Kazu off guard, but Kazu does manage to get the well back open in time. So OSW is not going to be forcing a preemptive zone out of Kazu today, but still going to be trying to see what they can do. It looks like OSW is going to be the one to zone pretty close to the top, and you can see Kazu now trying to retaliate. OSW only 14, but incredible efficiency with 46, and now Kazu has to see what they can do.
46 is huge. If that 14 is just one of those mediocre mid-31s, OSW might be in some real trouble.
Oh, there we go, the 60 ulti from Kazu. But OSW so fast out of the zone and is actually building up more points, getting closer to that phase 3. And Kazu now could be on the ropes, a little bit behind in zone meter, and OSW has the impact in order to bring it into phase 3 if they choose to.
Yeah, I mean, that's one nice thing about when you're super quick, and like even if you have a zone that, you know, might not be the most stellar at this level, look, I would not be complaining about a 46. But as we say that, 19 already from OSW,
there it is.
That's
good stuff.
Money. And Kazu's is not.
All clear from OSW the mid game, and that's gonna be a crazy amount of garbage. And Kazu,
Kazu's board, it looks over unless Kazu could get a crazy quarter zone off here.
Can we build to the quarter zone? There's a little bit of time, but not enough for the quarter zone. And that's it. OSW immediately evens it back up. Look at the zone play from OSW. I don't know if any of you guys caught it on stream, OSW triggered a full zone at 59,000 points right before the phase 3 counter hit, so they get even more time for their zone, but just a little bit of that extra damage output, and Kazu was not able to build up enough zone meter in time to counter.
That's the perfect timing that you need to see from, like, that's what OSW needs to bring to take down this Titan. And didn't work out in square one a few months ago, but OSW just keeps getting better and better, and here proving that it's entirely possible for this set to go the other way.
And the donation play as well from OSW, doing a lot of pattern stacking, making holes in the stack, but it doesn't matter because OSW already sees the clean continuation out of it and able to just play as efficiently as possible, almost as if pretending Kazu isn't even there, which not many players can say, but when you're playing at OSW's caliber, you sometimes are allowed to have that luxury.
Yeah.
Oh no, only sent about 20 lines to Kazu, and Kazu has the full zone to retaliate with. Kazu gets through it at such a blistering pace. OSW trying desperately to build up a 4-wide to give themselves more time, but that's a 66 ulti coming out of Kazu. I think OSW has a half zone. They're going to try and retaliate as much as possible. Actually, no, they're just going to build up the 4-wide itself and make sure they have the ammo to keep this going, but it's a lot of garbage, and Kazu has no offense from OSW. They're able to stack freely and cleanly as they can.
Look at this garbage meter. It's all phase 3. It's all cheese. And even though this zone is gonna
It's already phase 3.
like, it's so over. It's so over. Unless the most godly down stack ever can happen.
OSW's getting that down stack.
I can't believe that OSW is still alive here. This is incredible survival, but even still,
Hypebeast misdrop
feels unlivable. Gonna need a second
everyone
miracle.
says
This down
unlivable.
stack is quite good. Okay, another zone found, but yeah, you surely.
Okay,
it's
but
over
notice.
here.
So see, OSW try to get a few less lines in the zone, so that way they could clear them out of the zone, trying to form another quarter. But again, just look at the performance from Kazu, 140 over 135. A crazy amount of efficiency, but when they have zero pressure on their board and OSW stuck in defense mode, there's nothing stopping Kazu from taking off.
Yeah, for OSW to really win, it feel like, is this louder by the way? I hope it's louder. I could be making it's all good.
So still, it's a wee bit. It's okay. We're getting there.
We'll figure it out. And that being said, OSW really proving that when the turns table, really crushing it. But when the tides turn, that when the no longer stuck in defense, OSW can really turn up that pressure, and that's what we saw in the second game. I mean, obviously it hasn't been repeated, and this is a little awkward. Doesn't have to pop zone yet, fortunately, so should be.
Yeah, OSW wanted to try and keep it clean, but had to make a skim in order to make sure that they didn't have their board in a problematic situation. Very good skim there. Or Tetris counting to 4 still opens up the well. Kazu has some pretty cheesy garbage, but so does OSW. They're doing a lot of countering each other's attacks, not in full. So a lot of that cheesy garbage does end up building, even though it is phase 2. OSW stacking to the skies. A misdrop. It might pop an early zone, unfortunately. But can Kazu get to enough pressure? And it looks like they do. There's the early zone from OSW. And you can see Kazu immediately reacts. They know the value of getting a quick zone without your opponent having anything to retaliate. OSW frantically building out of zone to try and build something. But still 55 out of 17 from Kazu. Even though there's a hole in the stack, they have plenty of time to clean things up and make sure that their stack is going to be right back to mint condition.
But OSW finds the half zone in a pretty solid 15. I mean, still eating a little bit of pressure, and Kazu definitely has a zone advantage. Oh, but now the phase 3 started. Now this is when you really don't want to be eating that garbage, and OSW, this is very, very awkward here.
Ooh, okay, color clear. What's the down stack option? We see OSW's looking for ways to get through. Unfortunate T-piece misdrop.
Is potentially gonna seal it. Gonna need some magic here, and
yeah, tries to skim with the T. Is there enough time to get to a quarter? We can see Kazu wasting no time, trying to make sure they have a counter attack ready if OSW makes it out alive. That's not going to matter. It's just the extra credit that Kazu needs to solidify their third game. And a 3-1 lead for Kazu. Only 2 games away, I believe, from taking this, because I believe we're still first to 5. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know if that's actually going to change. Oh, the all-clear sol from OSW. No garbage from Kazu. Almost tops out immediately, but has just enough leeway to stay alive.
It's so rare to see one of those early KOs, but we were so close to one of them. And OSW with an early zone, I think trying to pile on the pressure. Might sense a little bit of weakness here, but I think Kazu's gonna be okay. I think we'll just have to see. An OSW awkward.
Yeah,
misdraw.
there's only about 20 lines that Kazu has to counter, and Kazu's getting a full zone. In true Kazu fashion, a 66 ulti. So at least 40 lines that OSW is going to have to either tank or counter on top of anything Kazu's currently sending. It's going to need to be an incredibly efficient zone. You can see OSW building up that ST stack, trying to get as much damage in as they possibly can. Can they find the ulti? No, they're only going to get 37 from the Perfectress, and now they're in dire need of a zone charge. Can they build it up in time? Yes, there's the quarter zone, trying frantically to get to the garbage. Oh, gets to the eyepiece in time, and I believe OSW is going to stay alive for another day, but Kazu is in such a good advantage state, actually pushed it to phase 3 before they even got their full zone charge.
But the good thing for OSW is that now in this zone, there is the time. You can build up your own zone. It's like, at least you didn't tank an awful, cheesy load of garbage. And OSW is still very much in this. Also gets the full zone in time to counter. Let's see what can be made of this.
54 to Kazu, but again, because of how much time Kazu spent in the zone, OSW had all the time in the world to try and build up some ST stacking. I believe has been clean this entire zone. Only 19, but still 58, and actually going to send some garbage over to Kazu. And we are now approaching a phase 3 mid game. I believe for the first time we've really seen neither player get an advantage.
Yeah, and these games, like, very incredible because you get to see really the true fundamentals of the game. You get to see the peak downstack of these incredible players, but Kazu, I misdrop right at the top of the field. Still going to be okay for the time being, but only 3/4 zone and has to pop it.
No, and
another misdrop.
Too.
That,
I don't think that'll be enough. You're out, but OSW trying to make it only 2 currently. Lot of garbage for Kazu, gets to another quarter zone. Trying to find a way to downstack through, but the damage is just getting piled on over and over again by OSW. Another quarter zone. What is it going to do for Kazu? Not much, but it game. Just an extra little bit of speed and a little bit more advantage state, capitalizing on those misdrops from Kazu and bringing it to within one single game. That's all.
I mean, OSW really came back from the brink on that. With that early attack from Kazu in phase 2, it looked like OSW could have been in an awful spot, but barely before phase 3, getting out in time into a sort of neutral position and able to capitalize. That's the kind of clutch you need to stay in a set like this.
And the crazy part is too, and like I mentioned it as well, that I was like, oh wow, Kazu's taking a lot of time, so OSW can really build up and get out of disadvantage. Kazu wasn't playing slow by any means. Like, Kazu still had like a 250 something zone attack. Again, if you think that that's like common for players to beat, go try it at home. It's not.
It's not easy.
Most people's peak will probably be around there, but obviously when you have players this fast, any compromise in speed open the door to so much more potential. And OSW does get a decent zone off, but Kazu is blistering through, intentionally tops a 66 Perfectress out of Kazu. And just a quarter zone for OSW, but is not expecting that much garbage. And you can see just the fact that Kazu could have went for more, but the intentional top out to secure the victory of Game 6. And now Kazu only needs one more.
Yeah, that's great from Kazu. That's being aware that your opponent didn't have the best zone and finding the perfect time to capitalize, not wasting a moment, and just perfect find from Kazu. Just that's what you
early
need.
OSW misdrop. Gonna have to spend this quarter zone again with the incredible speed, able to get through really fast. Misdrops, but might try to turn this into some fancy T-spins. No, I think they're just gonna be skimming it through. But Kazu now has the full zone.
To turn into a bunch of T-spins. Gonna like find the efficiency again here. The problem is that this zone isn't gonna be filled up by the time Kazu finishes his zone. So we'll have to see how OSW reacts.
Well, 56. How much can they tank? They get 3/4, which is still quite nice. But they're gonna need to be as efficient as possible, and it looks like they're really going for it.
Oh, as you say that though, a little bit of I think a missed soft drop there. And
oh, that's a 20 for OSW if they can get to it. Yes, they do. 52, and it keeps them alive.
Yeah. Kazu has a little bit of zone advantage, but also a little mess. So I'd say things are fairly equal across the two boards right now.
Oh, but there we go. Kazu does push it into phase 3, so zone is going to be a little bit harder to charge up at this point in time. Kazu does have half a zone meter advantage, so they're completely fine with this turn of events. Setting up the... No, misdrops the DT! Mid-game DT does not...
Misdrops are so sad. Good down stack
especially...
combo,
Kazu made a lot of compromise in their build to try and get that DT off to maintain efficiency, and misdropping it could put a huge damper on things. Very quick and efficient zone out of them. That's going to get 19, 44, and I believe OSW has the full zone. You can see them going for T-spin after T-spin. There's the T-spin triple to get extra insult to injury on the damage. Flying through, and I believe it's a OSW. 70 plus, and only a quarter zone from Kazu. The garbage is in sight, but it's not going to be great any bit further from here. We've talked previously about having advantage in Phase 3 and how much that can do for you. And OSW showing that all you need is that little bit of a push in Phase 3. And that's going to be another game off of Kazu. In a 1-5, OSW is keeping it dangerously close. And
that was huge money right there. OSW has to find this killing blow right then and there to stay in the set, and perfect find. 73 attack curve Tristan Phase 3 is unheard of and incredible.
I mean, it's
incredible.
only heard of it about Square One and probably this, so.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, and really good foresight on OSW, making sure to keep those T-spins as well. Kazu has a little bit of a mess to clean up. I think another misdrop, but that might just be their ability to clean up with as few skims as possible. OSW sees the light at the end of the tunnel. 38 Dodecatris, fantastic, and going to force Kazu to zone in Phase 3. Still, though, Kazu has the full zone meter and has a lot of materials to work with, but OSW is going to try and see how much they can tank from this magnificent attack. 58. They're not going to tank anything and actually just going to try and retaliate with their own very short zone. Short and sweet, but might have a lot of punch to it. Still going for more, but only going to get the 19. Lots of garbage, but I think Kazu was able to tank this, and because it's still Phase 2, OSW only pushed it to Phase 3 after Kazu tanked, I believe. And so Kazu was able to get all of the clean garbage, and OSW is stuck trying to build up a hefty amount of zone meter with very little time to do so.
Yeah, Kazu just has that zone advantage going into Phase 3. That's such a big deal here. It could be curtains unless OSW can find a miracle. Great quarter zone.
Yeah,
buys a little
zoning
bit of
that
time.
low in Phase 3 as well makes T-spins like almost impossible to find. I think that's enough. The eyepiece is going to top them out. And 5-3, but still a tremendous effort out of OSW, but Kazu, the reigning threat of TEC, only trumped by, I believe, Akashi Robo, has yet taken another victim, and OSW is sent down to loser's bracket, awaiting the fate of everyone else that is on that side of bracket things, which some of those have also been starting to file out. So we can talk about some of those as well. Actually, Modest, if you have any other specific players you want to shout out as well that were earlier in this bracket or later, feel free to give a go-ahead. Otherwise, I'll try and summarize a bit of what happened in top 16 for those who are curious.
To be honest, I just wanted to comment more on the match that we just saw, because what I thought was ridiculous was Kazu always feels like a pillar, an unbreakable wall, like so consistent always, never failing to find the efficiency. But you could see from OSW's pressure, Kazu was looking a little shaky. The misdrops were coming through. And even though they got cleaned up quickly, as is expected for this kind of level of play, like Kazu was known, has always been known, I feel, to be just unwavering, absolutely unwavering. And the fact that OSW can take Kazu to the brink, I think speaks a lot to OSW's ability as a player.
Oh, it speaks tremendously, especially for a tremendous, like, from a player that has seen very few threats from the western part of the community. I mean, a lot of, like, I think I was talking with some of the other top players. I think Dorami was mainly mentioning that the thing that they thought that makes OSW the strongest was the fact that they can compete with the offense of a lot of the top Japanese talent, because it is so incredibly difficult to maintain extreme speed and extreme efficiency. And usually you really only see one or the two, or someone who kind of specializes in either speed but has that efficiency, or has insane efficiency but has a little bit of that speed. But OSW was able to combine both and really put a threat to players that usually we used to see as consistent, but ordinarily I think it's more of just they haven't really had someone to threaten that level of play. But now that there are several players on that level of performance, we're really seeing Kazu get a little bit stressed from some of these matchups, and not always able to kind of free ride all the way through to grand finals.
And speaking of players that are at the top of the game right now, we've got Uyashota and Araki, I believe, and this is, whew, where do you even start? Araki, zone connoisseur, one of the best zoners in the game, such efficiency. Check the Twitter clips, they are there. And Uyashota has also just been around for forever, at the top of every aspect of Tetris Effect Connected, and you know, zone battle no exception. I'd say that the strongest mode. So
yeah, I will say, especially with Uyashota, a lot of the time they've taken advantage of their kind of, you know, storied tournament record to always have a lot of top seeds going into things and not have a lot of very big threats early on in their bracket. Like, again, a lot of the times they've had to play someone like Kazu or Akashi Robo. It's always been in the finals of a tournament. But now we have a player like Araki who's been able to take players like Kazu a couple games at a time, you know, just to really put in that pressure. But now this is kind of Uyashota's winner semifinals route. Could potentially see a lot more competition early on. They can't reserve as much stamina as they'd like because they have to play so hard against these top opponents.
Yeah, and I mean, like, if there's another match that is just, I don't know, so exciting to watch in winter semis. This
my!
Oh, look at that!
Araki was so close to an all clear on that ulti as well.
I know. Araki also has the ridiculous all clears too. It's just it's poetry in motion. And but speaking of not poetry in motion, is that little misdrop from Uyashota and might be forced into a zone here.
Yeah,
that's a really greedy play.
No, they get enough. Just barely, and you can see Araki was really trying to put out as much T-spins and Tetrises as possible. You know, just sending all of the resources, just saying, send all of it. But Uyashota had enough time to get out, and so both of them are in a pretty would-be neutral state, if not for all that tanking. Araki dying desperately, you can see the rest to stay alive. And I would say, though, very good on Uyashota not to pull the trigger too early. A lot of players in that situation tend to see their opponents on the ropes and say, oh, I have time to get my zone meter in. But you can see that extra bit of pressure really made it difficult for Araki to get through. And although now is able to get a really strong, efficient zone, I would attribute that more to Araki's play more than Uyashota's. 61 ulti. Phase 3 has been triggered, and now Uyashota is going to try and retaliate with what they have. But there is a little bit of cheesy garbage.
You can't convert well enough off the cheese, and if you look at the end of the zone, look at that blue bar so full. You're gonna have to try
only
and find
38. Can Uyashota get to the quarter zone? Very good choice to accept and get a double skim. There's the quarter. We do see 9 zones. We get the color clear. No, but the misdrop Z. I think that's it. Araki takes game 1 over Uyashota.
Yeah, that's a big one to pick up if you're Araki. Really trying to prove themselves.
And 144 drops per minute, but keep in mind, Araki also had that moment at the top of the board where they had to, like, carefully, meticulously IRS every single one of their pieces in to avoid an early top out, but still having an incredible blistering pace on top of their incredible zone performances, just really not able to find a good spot of weakness through this. And we can see Uyashota having a little bit of trouble trying to find some momentum.
Araki, no! What are...
oh, no, they spent the eyepiece!
I know.
Yeah, and... I don't... Okay, well, they have a single to skim. Oh, they get another quarter zone! They could survive if they're able to get through enough of these skims in time, but Uyashota really tries to put on the jets. One misdrop in zone might make things a little bit harder, but still 58, and Araki has to eat all of this. It is phase 2, so the more you eat it in small chunks, the cheesier it's going to be. But unfortunately, that big spike in garbage coming in much later, and Araki can't eat clean garbage, so Uyashota has plenty of time to build up a fantastic stack and additional zone meter to boot.
Araki,
oh, but Araki goes for big! Only gets the 20, though, and it's phase 3 already! Uyashota's so efficient!
Yeah, it feels like you can't be, what's it called? You can't be giving Uyashota those kinds of chances because Uyashota will not let up the pressure, and Araki still... I love these creative ideas!
Whoa,
look at these double
Araki!
But look at that garbage bar. It's...
Oh, wait, can they make it to a half zone? No, they have to stick with a quarter.
Yeah,
a lot of top players will try to see if they can make it to a half zone. You get a lot much more to work with. Plus the fact that you don't have a lot of extra damage there to the... okay. Araki, I don't know if there's an answer.
Yeah. Araki, I will say, incredible survival. After that really awkward double misdrop at the top of the field, the fact that they got out in the first place is already incredible. Unfortunately, can't clutch it out, but, you know, tie game. Nothing decided yet.
Again, if anything, though, I do think this goes to show that Araki, if they're able to get in the zone and really bunker down on their abilities, able to take Uyashoda through a world of pain. There's the all clear. Araki always looking for those mid-game all clears, trying to see if they can set up that DPC zoning just in the middle of that phase 1. Doesn't look like Uyashoda is going to give them any opportunity to be too creative, but still a crazy amount of efficiency. Misdrops, but it doesn't matter. That's a fast zone from Araki, and a lot of pressure on Uyashoda, but the mid-game
perfect clear
in zone is going to help neutralize.
I mean, luckily for Araki, the zone from Uya was a lot slower, and so had the extra time to build more attack and cancel it. But those mid-game perfect clears, that's the kind of power that can be found in a lot of these attacks, and that's what often can be the difference maker in a round.
Oh, wow, and Araki had a really late T, made that T-spin double really aggressive to go for, but found a way to get some good skims, make sure not to accept too much garbage, because even though it is phase 2, if you have to accept too much, it could get cheesy very quick. Unfortunate misspins, I think, from Araki, and you can see Uyashoda with the T-spin triple on top of C-spin. I think the first time we got to see that in a major event was from Araki, and flipping the script. And phase 3, I believe it only a quarter zone. It's a misdrop, T-spin, none, and too many holes in the stack.
Just little inconsistencies from Araki, right? When you're at this ridiculous level of play, every tiny mistake can be exploited. And these misdrops, they aren't just your everyday, like, oh, I can skim that real quick. They're those really awkward ones, the brutal ones, the ones that feel like you can't overcome. And so it might be that Araki struggles with consistency so far, but might be able to find the consistency in time. Generally, misdropping isn't, you know, a consistent enough win condition. So let's see if Araki can pull it together for game 4.
Well, not the best start, but it's phase 1. We still got options. Okay, looking for, yeah, an Araki start. Okay, actually not going to start a zone until a little bit later, getting a little bit of extra pressure before they continue with their zone. Only 36 out of Uyashoda, very surprising. But again, as well, only 43 out of Araki.
But that's enough.
Okay, never mind, it's it. That's enough. All right.
I think Araki saw the mistake from Uyashoda and thought, I need to punish quick and I need to punish now. And even though the end was a little awkward and not the cleanest zone, especially from Araki, who's incredibly talented at the zoning in particular, I think just the speed was what made the difference and comes away with the win.
And just like that, back to a 2-2 set. Both players aggressively building that 6-3, donating as many T-spins and Tetrises as they possibly can muster. Uyashoda has transitioned over to their center wheel. Araki with a little bit more cheesy garbage, but able to do the same. Both players sitting on this max zone meter. Don't want to pull the trigger too early. But, okay. Oh, wow. And they,
both at the same time.
Zone. Can they end it at the same time? This is the question. We're already 16 on Uyashoda, 18. Going for huge. It's a T. No! Doesn't spin the SP sin. Doesn't quite get it. And I think Uyashoda actually had an all clear. They didn't accept garbage, but Araki's zone just a little bit more efficient. Actually turns that option off. And a little extra garbage there on Araki's board. Able to get some more damage as well. And really start to push Uyashoda up. But Uyashoda not phased in the slightest.
The upside is that even though you make a little zone mistake, it's okay. We're still in phase 2. It's not that deadly phase 3 garbage. But both players with a tiny bit of cheese. And now we're in phase 3. So the real question is, how is this going to go? I mean, how are both of them going to deal with the cheese?
Well, both currently only one of them is. Uyashoda has 0 garbage on their matrix. Lovely S prop there to get the T-spin. Yeah, but again, it's so scary if you have to play the cancel world, because if you make a mistake, that's a lot of bad garbage to deal with. But if your opponent does, they have the leeway with a little bit more flexibility to fix things. Only 35. 53 to answer from Uyashoda. No, tries to tank it, but it's too much in one go. and Uyashoda maintains that thin margin of lead, a huge amount of APM difference, and I think that extra bit of efficiency that Uyashoda is holding on to is really pushing the throttle and putting them in the driver's seat for this set currently.
I think a lot of that also just came from the positioning in phase 3.
Wow!
I can't believe that they both find the perfect clear there. That's ridiculous.
I know Uyashoda doesn't have as much of a reputation for looking for the all clears. I know they do as well, and they have done it before at tournaments. But it was very funny to see them both get like the same PC song.
Yeah, I mean you see that all the time with like what's it called, the 4-line PCs, but the 6 lines, that's that's something special.
That's the spicy one, you know?
Yeah.
A little extra bit of that flavor. And speaking of that extra bit of flavor, lots of T-spins coming out from both players. I think it was almost perfectly efficient on Uyashoda's side. Araki's also extremely close. Tries to get the curb, but only going to get an ulti. And an ulti to match 60 to 67. Uyashoda getting a little bit more garbage off of it. But obviously still phase 2. That's just clean garbage for Araki to accept and send right back.
And I mean, think to the last match, right? In the last match, Uyashoda barely loses the first zone battle, right? In phase 2. Doesn't phase him, and then the real zone battle, the one in phase 3, Uyashoda wins decisively and immediately wins the round. So the question is, can Araki do the same? And with a little bit of cheese on Uyashoda's
wow! That was such a... Oh, no!
That misdrop!
They had such a clever donation. They're trying to get that S-spin, but they couldn't do it, unfortunately. Just going to compromise and still get 2 T-spins out of the compromise build.
Finding 52 there is really incredible.
Only 44 from Uyashoda! Uyashoda tried to pop it a little bit. Oh, Araki. Still very scary. A lot of garbage there, but Uyashoda needs to build something up. STSD gets ruined, ends up boomeranging in order to keep the stat clean. Fantastic adaptation from Uyashoda at a moment's notice, but that does give Araki a little bit of extra time to try and fix the stack and push the momentum back in their favor.
Like, it's not very easy to work with a situation like this on either board. And these sort of equal cheese moments is kind of where the true grit comes out. Who can fight the hardest, downstack the most, and it's looking to be Araki right now, finding that Tetris, but Uyashoda's clapping right back. Both of them
but
again
the downstack from Araki, setting up a C-spin, and they're just going to trigger the zone right here, right now. They know Uyashoda's in the exact same position, but they have not downstacked nearly as well as Araki, and Uyashoda has to zone a little bit earlier than they might have liked. And now while Uyashoda's in the zone, Araki can continue to play clean.
But that downstack from Uyashoda with the curb, 58, and Araki all of a sudden the one under the pressure.
Oh, yeah, 58 ulti, and still just was enough to make sure Araki didn't run away with it. But unfortunately, Uyashoda didn't get a lot of momentum off it either, and we're still just stuck in the mid game. Oh no, misdrop on the forecast from Araki.
Does find a clean solution though. Not over yet. Does have to cancel out of the T-spin though, and this is when things get messy. This is when they get a little disgusting. Does find a T-spin solution, but you can't convert enough out of this zone, and Uyashoda most likely gonna find at least 40 attack here, and I think that'll seal the
and they only have to counter about 15. Yeah, that's gonna be at least 30 lines plus extra credit.
You can't do anything. Araki had the one chance, the one moment in phase 3 with the incredible downstack to find the lead and just can't convert the zone. Only 41 lines, and Uyashoda claps back with the 60 and regains the advantage, and now the lead at 4-2.
All right, looks like no 6-line PCs currently between Uyashoda and Araki, but still just frantically building up that 6-3. I think Uyashoda trying for a little bit of early pressure on top of what might have been a misdrop. But Araki able to convert, and that garbage is perfect for a 6-3 stack, and just going to be eating all of that garbage up. I'm actually going to go into a zone rather early. I guess I just have a lot of faith that they're able to continue this clean stacking the entire way through, and it looks like they're able to do so. Still clean, going on 14 lines. Finally, there's a couple skims here and there. Still going to get the 20. That's 66. But Uyashoda, T-spin into Tetris. 58, and it's going to be enough to retaliate. Araki just going to counter a little bit of that extra garbage, make sure that their stack is all man-made as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, I don't mind that early zone at all from Araki. I know there's a big sort of game going into who zones first, and that you don't want to be the first to do so, but a lot of players can make the early zone work. OSW comes to mind with sometimes even the half zone just pops super early and just makes it work. And I mean, Araki trying to do the same doesn't like lead to an advantage, but doesn't lead to a disadvantage either. And this is a pretty clean attack.
Wait, is this curb? Oh my goodness, so
20.
close to a curb, just not in the right order, unfortunately. Uyashota, though, a lot of garbage that they're going to have to counter, and Araki already building up efficiency.
Oh, and
it's
this
interesting that we
Uyashota too. And we're in phase 3 now. This is tough for Uya. This is
bit of down stacking. Little Ren Gaming, we get to see.
But Araki, it feels like not using the opportunity to go for a more greedy build, not trying to play too aggressive, but that might be enough to let Uyashota back into the game.
Yeah, definitely glad you were able to point that out, Modest. One of the things that definitely surprised me, as soon as Araki had momentum in phase 3, there was no upstacking at all from them whatsoever, and they were just trying to build the T-spins after T-spins, but because they were low on the board, it takes longer for that T-piece to drop down, and although that may sound like a really silly optimization to have, at this level of play, it could very well mean the difference between an L and a W.
And it also means that your attacks, right, they come in these big unexpected spikes. Oh, that 20 is huge, though. But instead, Uyashota the one sending the attack.
Okay, there's a decent bit, but yeah, a lot of garbage on Araki's board, but still a decent helpful on Uyashota's. But you can see Uyashota already has upstacked and has a lot of garbage able to send, and that forces Araki to an early zone and an early misdrop, and that is an early, well, not an early run for Uyashota. Quite a way to seal the deal, 5-2, so very solidly done from Uyashota. But Araki definitely early on showing that if they're able to get a little bit of momentum, this matchup could very easily start to swing the other way.
Super strong play on both sides. Honestly, incredibly impressive. And Uyashota will move on to fight Kazu. An eternal classic, the first Square One Grands, and I mean, other than Akashi Robo, these two are the most consistent performers in the game. So, something to look forward to for sure.
Most definitely. All right, and we can see we've got a bit of our bracket starting to shake up already from our top 8. So you can see Kazu and Uyashota, our top 2 seeds, have made it. And they're going to be facing off in through winners finals to see who's going to get in the grand finals with that extra set buffer. Again, always a fantastic set to see because, again, not a lot of players really able to contest with Kazu over and over, but Uyashota definitely one of those players. And on our losers bracket side of things, obviously we have OSW and Araki awaiting the fate of losers bracket runs to be happening. Promo and 10, I have not seen 10 play. Unfortunately, they were swept by Uyashota earlier in top 16, but I believe has been making quite the run through in our first time zone of the Masters bracket. So very excited to see how they play. I believe they actually upset Super Nuba in order to get to that point, or I don't know if that was an upset. But was a 5-0, I believe, if I'm looking at bracket correctly. And Super Nuba is, I don't want to say like a hidden boss for TEC, but there's a reason why they made it into top 16. And very shocking to see them get swept by any tough opponent.
I mean, a 5-0 is a 5-0, right? Like, that's a statement.
Yeah, it's... And looks like there's more things coming in as well. I believe the Sayonara versus ArcFox match is going to be 5-0 in Sayonara's favor. Able to beat Bingo 5-1 in losers round 1 of our top 16. So Sayo has now booked their spot into top 8. I believe they'll be facing winner of Jaden, and I think that's Sumayer, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you. And if the pronunciation
we'll figure it out.
So. But hey, I mean, either way, we've got tons of exciting matches. But until then, let's talk Hyperkin.
Of course. So, for those of you that have not been tuning in to all of the TECWC action and have not seen us talk yet, Hyperkin is one of our sponsors for the event. They are LA-based video game developer, and they make a lot of very cool products and such. One of which that we've really been talking about as well are some very high-quality controllers. But as you can see on screen, they have some pretty sick watch bands and things as well. If you have any carrying cases for, you know, your Nintendo Switch, if you need something for like Steam Deck and whatnot. I mean, hey, it's always really awkward if I have to go to a LAN and I'm just like carrying my Switch out in public. I feel like I'm getting judged by all the people that are like, what is this guy doing with all of the things?
Oh yeah, look at that flex. But, isn't that sick?
Let's
That's
go,
so
Austin.
cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Like, who wouldn't want to rock that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's the
Oh,
secret?
and what's the? Uh-oh. There we go. This is the grand prize of a.
Oh, see, if we were hoping for some like big magic stuff to pop out of there, you know.
Austin,
they can't
Austin
do
was gonna
magic,
be like, "You've
but
won
they
the
can look
lottery,"
pretty
and
good. So yeah.
But yeah, and you can see the cool art as well in the back of that with the each of the different 7 Tetraminas as well. Very good artistry that we see from all the Hyperkin products, and again, all of their wonderful controllers. I will say, especially from console players, it's always interesting to like hear the whole controller debate of like what things people decide to go with. But a lot of these like very simple kind of like, I don't want to say like SNES looking controllers, but stuff like this where it's just kind of, you know, your D-pad, analog sticks, the buttons, and like a nice rounded oval shape. A lot of players, it feels really well, plays extremely well, and very high quality that goes into it. Not to mention the fantastic graphics that Hyperkin's able to help collab with the official Tetris company and Enhance to get these out for us. So we love these designs. We hope you guys do too and help support Hyperkin because they've been doing a lot of great stuff. But
The gradient on the right was really cool. That's my personal favorite. But that
forget
being said, we've got
go for
10
it,
in
sorry.
promo, which is I have not seen 10 play, so I'm incredibly
I
excited.
haven't either. I don't know where
Well.
10 just showed up and got top 16. And
Well, this will be a first for us. And
Mhm.
oh,
oh,
hey, this is great to hear.
Wait,
we love great new players. Number one.
number 1 from
PS5?
PS5? I thought that was Akashi Ro. Oh, okay, I'm wrong. All right. Well, I guess I got more to brush up on too. Because yeah, again, if Akashi Robo, because I believe Akashi Robo is also, for those who are not aware, they're not at this event, but they won the Square One Invitational over Kazuno Yoshoda. So I don't know exactly if Akashi Robo and Ten have had close sets or whatnot. But I do know Akashi Robo usually runs house with things, but if 10 is able to be up there as well in terms of SR, more often than not, they're going to be matching with players like Uyoshoda, with Kazu, with Akashi Robo. And those are not hard people those are very hard people to take consistent wins off of.
I was gonna say like, oh yeah, no big deal, not hard at all.
I mean,
You hang out with them.
wish. I wish my sets were like that when I went online to play TEC, but unfortunately, sometimes I run into a Rocky for half an hour straight, and it's not very pretty. So,
Yeah, I mean, it's rough. It's a rough world we live in.
so
I mean, hey, that being said, don't forget to type connected in to enter the giveaway for the free swag, because who doesn't love some free swag?
of course.
I'm gonna
And
put
not
connected
to
in
mention
there
free
right
swag,
now.
but free Tetris Effect connected swag, the best kind.
The best kind of swag,
I mean, oh, okay, and Shen, I do not see the thing, but I think we're underway in our match.
Oh, are we? See, I was like, I thought this was intended. I was like, maybe there's a secret message.
Thanks,
in the-
Shen. No, I have the stream chat open on the second thing, and I saw the game was going, and I was like, I do not see this.
Okay,
Okay,
what's a
all
tournament
right.
without some technical difficulties? We're getting into it. Ten and Hatsune Miku.
Well-
Can't believe she would make an appearance here. But
Ironically enough, 10 making the Z-piece misdrops. Usually that's promo's claim to fame. But looks
no,
like
don't get us started on this. Don't get
look,
us started on this.
I have to indoctrinate everyone on the what makes every player special. And there are
So
many
many
good
more things make promo special than the Z misdrops.
Of course, but I mean, how could I leave it out? That'd be unfair to people that have not learned.
I mean, you make a good point.
Everyone
that
must
being
enjoy.
said, this is a pretty clean back and forth phase one here. Both of them just kind of low, no overcommitments, nothing too crazy.
And we see Promo going for the first zone, but 10 has already reached 35,000 points in their zone. A little bit tricky to skim through, so I think Promo's gonna have the more efficient zone. Does finish first.
And has a Perfectors too, so this might be a really awkward. Oh, immediate top out. And that's a win you're gonna take if you're Promo. You will not be mad about that.
Oh, 100%. Don't even have to make it to phase 3 at that point. Just clean play from phase 1, phase 2. If it's enough garbage, that's it. Ooh, and I believe... What was that, 6-line, 8-line PC? One of the two? I miscounted, but
Yeah,
it was one of them.
PC's a PC, and they're tough to find.
And more often than not as well, if you're able to keep PCs going, obviously 10 did not do so, but has a fantastic sidewell spike and setting up for the SDSD. Will force Promo to zone, but not before Promo manages to clean up their stack a little bit. Makes things clean. Still a little bit of skimming, trying to see if they're getting more T-spins out of it, but they're spending a little bit of time and thought. Meanwhile,
And
10, a couple of
40
skims, but
is,
just...
you know, it might not be enough here. 10, oh, that misdrop might
Oh,
have just saved
46,
Promo.
but yeah, the play before zone from 10 able to make sure that they win that interaction. But Promo was doing a fantastic job of building up zone meter and is probably going to have the advantage in that department unless 10's able to build it up at a rapid pace or keep that garbage output going.
Yeah, very quick turnaround there from Promo. Felt like 10 had the advantage after the early zone pop. Only a three-quarter zone for Promo. I love that hold, by the way. Incredible.
That was essential holds.
But then also pops out early with the eye. So now all of a sudden, 10 in the driver's seat once more. Gonna pop the zone, but immediate misdrop as well. A little bit of spaghetti from both of these players. 10 gonna clean it up very quickly, but Promo gonna have the opportunity to build that zone meter back up. And I don't think 10, will be sending us into phase 3 with this yet. I could be wrong. It's gonna be
it
close.
looks like they really want to. No, they do, but again, they spend
do,
so
but
long
Promo
looking
in
for it.
time.
You can see the end of the garbage queue for Promo. It just now expends, but that's only about 20 lines that Promo's going to have to counter. It misses the ulti, but it's still a crazy amount of lines, and still around 20 that 10 is going to have to accept, and it's just going to get cheesier and cheesier from here.
Yeah, that's the phase 3 lifestyle. It's just so hard to live.
Oh, I don't know if that's the
phase 3,
smartest
and
thing.
yeah, it's-
10 might be able to get the piece in, 1 or 2, but unfortunately
yeah,
not going to
we're
get
not
any
there.
more. And that is a top out. Promo earned. And yeah, 2. Actually, wait, is this our first 2-0 start? Or has no? Or Kazu? No,
I don't remember.
this might be our first 2-0 start. Ironically.
You know, there probably was at some other point in the tournament, so just say that. Anyway,
Yeah, true.
either way, like, even though 10 has had some rough rounds, right? Hasn't won any yet, but like they have been close. Promo has been under big pressure, and you know they're very back and forth. And 10 has almost been able to capitalize on the little mistakes from Promo. So if they can just put it together, they can most likely make this a very competitive set still. But Promo gonna pop a very clean zone here. T-spin into 2 Tetris, but awkward placement and only skims from here on out. So won't necessarily be the biggest attack. We'll have to see what 10.
Oh, the OP's the bane of every TEC player trying to get those high zone clears. The O just always cuts. 10 able to get a little bit more in the zone clear. No, they don't get the IRS for the ulti, but still fantastic Protectress.
Still a great find. And even though the zone took a while and was a little shaky, does find themselves back in an even place with that Perfectress. But as I say that, stinker of a misdrop.
No.
This is not fun to dig through.
Oh, actually, wow, counts to 4, gets the Tetris. And a little double skim to help get a T-spin single. There's a Tetris again. Actually able to open it up to their relatively clean garbage before Promo can push things to phase 3. And 10 not looking in that bad of a spot as Promo does manage to push to phase 3. We see the zone now coming out from Promo. A piece misdrop, but is there a way to save it? Yes, there's a T-spin triple as a result. So quite a bit of efficiency, but 10 blitzes through. Oh, and only 37 from Promo. Look at this stack from 10.
Look at this 4-wide. This is ridiculous.
Okay, they have to break it though.
Yeah, they have to break it.
I don't know if this risk is big enough. Yeah, and unfortunately not going to get enough damage output out of it. So Promo now is going to be right back in the driver's seat. The gamble of 4-wide I don't think is really paying off for 10 here.
It was just so awkward. The little bit of residue in the hole beneath. It was an awkward combination. That was their opportunity, Promo's weakest moment, and now Promo stack once again looking absolutely pristine. And
2 T-miss drops now are going to do 10 in as Promo starting to try and pull away with it. 3-0. Only needs 2 more again to continue through and potentially make it into losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I mean, every round, right? It feels like the score doesn't tell the full story. Every round has been down to the wire, but 10 in these crucial moments just can't seem to close it out.
I mean, again, in 10's defense, it is very difficult to close a round out with the center forward.
Sure.
Although many players, especially from PPT, may recall that in the past it's been a very strong and predominant strategy. But in order to be used effectively in TEC, it almost always has to go extremely long for it to actually be worth it. And you are sacrificing quite a bit of your zone meter in order to go for it, since the zone meter runs on your lines cleared and not damage sent. And unfortunately for 10, with it being in Phase 3, it was a risk taken pretty nicely, but not best executed.
Nearly paid off, but it's okay.
Okay, all right. Little misdrop from 10, but Promo's also having a little trouble at the top, so a little extra time to get through things.
Yep, and I mean, you know, the time is there. It's not a big deal. Everyone doing all right, you know.
Oh,
10,
10,
a little more awkward. Should still be fine, I think. Yeah.
It's gonna be an early zone though, and yeah, has to sacrifice an eye. Oh, and they still have to counter garbage. Promo's pushed it into Phase 3, and they have a full zone meter, so 10's got to try and find as much mileage as they possibly can, while Promo only has to counter about 5 lines. 10 needs a full zone meter and a full stack now, but I don't know if they're going to really be able to build a ton in time. Promo going up, not getting the 20, just going to end it with a 57 Perfectress.
Oh, the full zone found, though. All right, and pops it. This is going to have to be a massive zone from 10 here to stay in this game and to turn this story around. All right.
Oh, okay. Oh,
but that misdrop is so tragic, and that looks like it's going to be the end for 10 here.
Oh, I can see the... Yeah, and... No IRS, so unfortunately another top out, and Promo's still going to continue trying to run away with it. See if they can get that 5-0 sweep and keep the momentum running. They were able to do it against Xin earlier in our round of 12, I believe. Again, another sweep. They're going into... Winner of this goes into OSW next set, so regardless of whether 10 reverse sweeps or Promo completes the sweep, momentum is going to be extremely crucial to have in that next set.
Yeah, and I mean, Promo has been on a tear in losers bracket ever since losing to Iraqi, a 5-0, as you mentioned, and now what looks to be potentially another 5-0 against. I mean, Xin and 10 incredible players.
I think 10's playing a little nervous. They're hesitating a little bit on some of their decisions.
DTC spin from Promo is so clean, and it just feels like the confidence only grows from the young phenom. It's really difficult for 10 to find anything here, but maybe they'll be able to clean this up.
Oh my goodness. Promo's still been playing clean up to line 18. 58 from the Perfectress. Oh no, and 10, the left side, the eyepiece and Z cutting through and preventing skims from happening.
That's
and another unfortunate skim. Oh,
that'll be the end. But a resounding victory for Promo, and you know, as we haven't seen too much of 10 in the past, but you know, incredible potential. And
Promo's a hard player to take a game off of.
I know. It's not a freebie.
Like Promo used to be like the guideline player. I'd say in a lack of terms, like they were taking sets off of Wumbo during most of their prime, taking a lot of games versus OSW and Dormy to be very, very close. And ever since they've really started to run with Tetrio, has gotten a lot faster and a lot more able to just kind of see that 6-3 in their mind and just keep going and going with it. And even though I think 10 was able to keep up relatively with the speed, I don't think 10 was as able to stay efficient with the 6-3 and with a lot of the garbage Promo was sending, especially when it pushed things to Phase 3. And so Promo ultimately able to run with that offense, just unrelenting. And they will be soon to face OSW on our losers bracket side of things.
That being said, though, we heckin' love 10. Can't wait to see more in the future. But
I do hope I get to see 10 in a future event, as well as Tuna Pad as well. 2 players I had never heard of, I think, before this tournament, although I think one of them has gone by a different alias that I probably have heard of. But the fact that just, like, initially I went through and looked bracket, and I'm like, I don't know these people. I cast a lot for TEC, and I'm still learning people that are in this scene. I really want to see more people continue to enter these events, which is why I'm always glad to be here when TECWC rolls around, and we get to see a ton of talent from a ton of different areas of the community all at once.
You can't go wrong with TECWC. There's just so much talent. Everyone's lovely. You know, it's a sick game. And speaking of, you can get a sick shirt too, and some stickers.
And the lovely merch.
I know, you can get it all. It's good stuff. I wore the shirt yesterday, the one in the top right. Not with the cool colors, sadly, but I like the nice little white on black, my kind of style. And yeah, I had that on earlier today. So
simple,
you know,
clean, and efficient, just like
you
that Tetris stack.
Out like us, you can, you know, just pick some of those up. What do you think of the hoodie coloring with the like gray and black?
The hoodie coloring? Oh,
I think it's creative. I haven't seen like gray and black very often, but you know, it's a little spicy.
Yeah, I have yet to see the TEC hoodie in person, but I might have to give it a try.
I know.
Generally, I'm always kind of a fan of the t-shirts, because I usually just wear t-shirts until it's way too cold, and then I get sick, and then I start wearing long sleeve shirts. But
yeah, no, it's like, you know, winter's rolling around. That's why I'm looking. You know, I got
exactly. The hoodie is gonna be perfect. You know, like it's. You know, especially for certain places, you know, you order the t-shirt, you gotta wait till like April or May until you can really start to, you know, wear all your t-shirts again. That hoodie can get some really good use in the next coming months. Just gonna put that out there.
Oh my, he's got it all.
Let's go, Sean!
He's got the Swiss case, got the gray hoodie, beautiful. You know, have you thought about going into modeling? I don't know, just throwing that out there. But
Austin would make a fantastic model, not only for TEC merch, of course, but for. Yeah.
But yeah, so, I mean, Hyperkin too. Look at these sick controllers. I love you have the sort of old feel of the D-pad and the buttons, but then you also have the sticks for functionality, right? It feels like it kind of just works with everything. And the gradient on the right is sick. I will defend that till I die.
You're a fan of the controller on the right, I take it?
Yeah.
That would be a very fun thing to take a look at, of which of these three, like, everyone, you gotta vote for your favorite of the Hyperkin designs and show support.
Ask the folks in the chat, right? Type 1 if you like the left controller, type 2 if you like the middle one on the bottom, and type 3 if you like
which controller can you see yourself playing? I don't know. I might have to think about this one. I don't want to go like too simple with like the one on the left, but I feel like I would like seeing that, like just like in the corner of my room next to my Switch, of like, yeah, this is my controller, you know?
They all have their own kind of style. I like that. You know, everyone's got their own thoughts. Very, very split down the middle. Honestly, it's hard to pick a winner.
Yeah, I also looking at things here as well. I believe they also have a turbo functionality too, which I have yet to get a controller with turbo functionality. But I'm always excited to try and play around with it and see what shenanigans I can come up with. You know, like the fastest topping out in the West, you know, you can check your drops per minute into like the 700s or 800s when you turn on the turbo mode.
Yeah,
you know, just to say that you've done it.
But that being said, Jaden and Sayonara coming right up, and this also promises to be a great match.
Yeah, so I think it's still coming through exactly what the set count was between Sumair and Jaden. But Sayo coming off of only one loss in their last two sets. Very poised to run this momentum as much as they can, but for those that are unaware, again, Jaden PPT has the sprint world record for Tetris Effect Connected, and as we've mentioned already tonight, speed is a fantastically strong factor you can rely on in this game. So Sayo is going to have their work cut out for them, not only in speed, but as well as that efficiency department to try and make some magic happen against Jaden.
Probably worth clarifying that when you say Sayo has one loss in the last two sets, that doesn't mean one set out of two sets. That means one round.
Oh no, that's so. One loss, 10 wins.
Yeah. But Jaden gonna try and put an end to that here. And is this already losers quarterfinals? No, it's losers top 8. It's losers top 8.
Top 8, yes.
So
you could, I guess you could technically losers 8s if you would like. I don't know. I've seen it phrased a bunch of different creative ways.
Yeah, the top 8 one is just like there's 80 different ways to say it. Quarters is when it's all nice and normalized. You know, everyone says quarters. It's all fun and games.
You know, it's a good, lovely 25 cents.
Yeah, Look at this sort of like weird anchor set from Jaden. I love the like little bits of creativity trying to keep back to back.
The fact that still kept back to backs is insane to me.
I know that's how you play
that was
at this
what it's
level.
supposed to keep back to back, but even though Jaden is like a very extremely strong sprint player, it was just I can go with this. We'll make it work. And
we'll
it's not done.
Sayonara sent up, but we're still phase 2. It's okay. You know, oh my God, Jaden. Homie, chill with that. Chill with that.
This is what happens when you become a player with a very fast sprint time. You just start believing that everything is invincible and just building it because you can. But like this is exactly what OSW plays like, and OSW keeps getting like, you know, 3rd place, 2nd place, 1st place at a lot of these major TEC events. And I think just, especially with how much Jaden and OSW have played in a lot of recent TEC tournaments, I think Jaden is really starting to take after OSW and just kind of have that gung-ho attitude of, yeah, why not? We can build it.
Bob the Builder style play, and Jaden gonna finish that 18-line zone, and both of them fairly equal. Sayonara 2 lines of cheese, but Jaden gonna tank a bit of a spike there.
Okay, was that an intentional skim or was that a misdrop on Jaden? It kind of phased out on my side, so I wasn't sure if that was an intentional placement. But that was a fantastic way to clean up that eyepiece miss.
Yeah, but still, both of them pretty pushed up here. But I think what will come in handy for Jaden is that speed. Oh, but the misdrop from Jaden too.
It was extremely aggressive tank from Sayonara, but I think it was actually at a pretty good time, especially as Jaden did pick up a misdrop. But a lot of very quick skims.
Push over the edge, and Jaden gonna find the first round in a bit of a scramble in phase 3, but the little bit of extra speed does really come in handy when you're digging through that grotesque, cheesy sauce at the bottom of the board.
Yeah, especially when you go into it as well with, what? Okay, I don't know, Brent. Train of thought has left the station, folks. I'm sorry. Back to
happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us.
Been a while since that's happened, but unfortunately, I did not catch the fare this time.
You know, we're not all perfect. You know, mistakes are part of the journey. And
part of the journey mode.
Check this ST stack. That is, this
actually, is Jaden is just ST stacking. Why are we still seeing ST stacking? This isn't score attack.
It's efficient though, and even though the 12 lines is all that got cleared, it was still 43 attack, and the stack is still very high and workable. And Sayonara
Jaden is still ST stacking.
Do you think Sayo can reach the garbage here? That's kind of a big deal here.
There'll be enough skims for it. Okay, they can get a T-spin double to help get some more garbage off. But yeah, they're going to have to do another zone. Jaden is still ST stacking for some reason. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I believe this might be the first time we've successfully seen an ST stack at a major event go beyond phase 2. And is still just, okay, I think finally starts to make a little bit of a change here, but my goodness. 55 out of 18.
I don't think Sayonara can downstack this, and even though the ST stack, you know, might not be the easiest to always work with and escape from, the pressure was just unmatched, and Sayonara still on the ropes. I don't see a way out here.
Okay, there's a couple skims here and there. Yeah, we can see, all right, Sayo trying, but yeah, just not gonna be too many great options there. But you can see again the huge speed difference between Jaden and Sayo. Jaden having a lot more freedom to just build at will, as you saw with just the endless ST stacking. Yeah, I mean, when you're on the defense, I think I haven't even seen Shockey really go for a play like that, and I think like Shockey occasionally, I think at square one, try to go for some ST heavy zone battle builds. Generally was very hard to work with, but again, having that speed advantage gives you so much more flexibility. And because of the zone mechanic, even if you have to eat some garbage, you can just pop your zone meter, say, no, not today, and just keep on building to your heart's content.
That's part of the fun of this game, is it rewards greed, you know? You get to go for some of those spicy things you don't always get to go for. And a little mini 4-wide here from Jaden.
Little mini ties.
A couple skims, though.
And 44 by 56 ulti from Sayo. And Jaden has to be a little careful. Okay. Pieces starting to come in all at once.
Oh,
does manage to get to the garbage in time.
If you're not an SRS knower, you do not hit that I spin, is all I'm going to say. And Jaden still, you know, luckily for her, you know, we're still early. We're still in phase 2. It's all good, you know? No big worries.
Again, yeah, she's doing a phenomenal job just really flexing that creativity. Eyepiece does go in, but no ulti today. Sio, though, does have quite a hefty bit of garbage to work with. I believe this is only a... Well, it might be a half zone? Okay, it's going to work pretty nicely. What is this donation play from Jaden?
That's that I play a lot of zone battle and like other similar formats, because that's just the ridiculous experience and creativity that you can build into your game plan at this kind of level of play. And my oh my, is it showing. Sayonara playing with everything to hold on, but it just feels like it's not going to be enough.
I do think this is a half zone. Sio is doing a really excellent job making sure they're getting to those half zones, because they work so much more for you in phase 3 than quarter zones do.
But that T-spin triple from Jaden could be a huge deal breaker. Another T-spin double. Yeah, look
triple.
At this
This
zone.
entire zone is really starting to shape up. Oh, try to go for a very cheeky ulti, I think that was, but really just able to convert it to an STSD. And
49 is just so much attack in phase 3, and
oh, but Sio actually retaliates a little bit. Oh, is Jaden trying to...
Jaden's kind of overthinking things a little bit.
Jaden, you are not in advantage entirely, please. Jaden is just acting like she's just won the game already at this point, and is like, yeah, as long as I send a couple lines every now and then, I should be okay. I mean,
honestly, I think she
is really keeping
like an awkward cue, just wanted to make sure the skim was safe. I think just, you know, a little mistake with like the sure, we can comment on the pacing and the slowdown, but I think at the end of the day, it was just like a moment of confusion. It happens to the best of us, and she's doing a great job still, you know, trying to maintain that
okay, here we go. Yep, and the 4 wide's getting built. Sio was going for a zone. I believe this is either a full or a 3/4. Really trying to see how efficient they can make this, but Jaden is blistering through the side 4 wide. No line clear delay in the zone. Gets the 20, 50, or nope. Okay, no, Perfectress.
Yeah.
Actually, was about to continue a second 4 wide, but it doesn't matter. It would just be overkill at that point. And Jaden going to continue her 3rd straight of the set, and Sio still has yet to get on the board.
And one upside of being in that driver's seat is that you can take that risk, go for the big combo, and especially because there is time when the opponent is in zone to sort of build up that big stack. It's honestly not a bad strategy at all. Oh my god, look at this T-spin triple tower. Is this Ultra? What am I watching? This is ridiculous.
Oh my god, another T-spin triple on top of the C-spin finish. This is truly just going creative mode, except it's Tetris. It's...
Yeah. This is what PPT Ultra players strive to do, and Jaden just says, I don't care, I'm gonna do it.
This is what players dream of being able to do with the Tetris effect. And Jaden is just pulling it off in tournament, in bracket, for one of the most high-stakes TEC events that we do have. Sio, though, able to still keep up, doing quite a lot to try and put some pressure onto Jaden, but she's just so incredibly fast at getting rid of this garbage and downstacking through her own devious machinations of a build that Sio is having a really hard time trying to get some momentum going or trying to find any opening that they can exploit.
Yeah, it just feels that Jaden, you know, by being so fast, like, what do you do as Sayonara? How do you put on the pressure? It just feels like an uphill battle the entire way.
Oh, and a couple skims already from Sio in the zone.
Like, how are you building this, Jaden? How are you doing this?
Is that another donation? Okay, there's a way out. There's a way out.
Yeah.
Okay, has to be a little bit careful though on the skims down. Could still run into a bad accident. Oh, this could be curb potential. Are we going to see it? No, we're not.
Does set up for a nice little donation with that though, which is, I don't know if that was intentional, but it was pretty cool.
It looked like the DPC setup for the T-spin as well. Might be a nice bit of
holes in Sayonara stack. This is so.
Oh, and the 4 wide on Jaden's side. Very experienced PPT player, knows how good the 4 wide is then, and able to really show that it's still good now. Lots of garbage coming in for Sayo. And because Jaden is so incredibly fast, she's still able to build up quite a hefty bit of zone meter while Sayo's still in the process of trying to get through all this garbage.
And look, the little chunks of the 4-wide damage are still coming in for Sayo. Oh my.
Oh, yeah, just barely not enough.
Yeah,
but Jaden, even after upstacking, still has enough of that garbage. Her 4th win, also trying to see if she can complete a sweep and bring it back to try and make it into losers quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I mean, Jaden looking like she's well on her way to do so. Just so clean so far and so quick too. It just feels like how do you even overcome this kind of hurdle?
It is quite a steep hurdle and a hill to climb. Sayo has been doing a fantastic job trying to keep things alive. Jaden actually has a really early zone coming out from the top of her matrix, so Sayo could find a little bit of extra momentum to go with, but a huge spike in the garbage will force Sayo to zone before they can accept the whole thing. And now Jaden, even though it's phase 2, because of the way garbage is sent, Jaden is going to try and run with a side 4-wide. Does so, actually I believe, gonna finish before Sayo even gets their own zone off. And although Sayo has been playing quite efficiently because Jaden had that massive opening, and there's just a lot of garbage that Sayo has to deal with, finally gets to a quarter zone, but you don't want to be in this position in a phase 2, and that misdrop I think is going to close curtains on it, and Jaden does manage to complete the sweep.
Yeah, I mean,
and look at the speed on Jaden!
I was about to say, Jaden quite literally finished 2 zones before Sayo finished their first. And
182 drops per minute for a 4 minutes.
3 pieces per second is ridiculous. That's something you don't see.
I mean, that's something you don't really get to see until you start watching the finals of, non-guideline block stacking events. You usually almost never get to see that out of a guideline game. And yet Jaden just keeps breaking the boundaries of what is possible when you have that sprint world record.
I mean, sometimes, you used to have Tetris friends, like, back long ago, but in this game, 182 is, you don't see that from anyone, and this is why she's the sprint record holder, right? Still? There's no
I don't think anyone has come and taken it, so...
Not with that kind of speed, I'll tell you that much, so... Oh, incredible stuff. And next up, we've got winners finals. Kazu Uye, that's money.
This is traditionally been the marquee matchup of many a tournament in the past, from Square One 2022 to TECWC last year as well. These were the 2 titans that kept clashing with each other in winners finals and grand finals every chance they got, and just keep pushing the boundaries of what each other can do just incredibly fast. I mean, I don't know I don't really know what else more to say that I can bring in with these players. I think their track records speak for themselves in this case.
Absolutely. And we should probably talk about AppMex, because these coins are pretty cool. And they're made out of all these different Terraria ores in real life. You can't go wrong. You can't go wrong with AppMex. And I mean, appmex.com/Tetris. It's that easy. You can get one of these bad boys. They've been around for 20 years. This ain't a crypto scam. It's just, it's everything you could ask for. They have the deliverables. They'll get them to you. It's made out of the real stuff. Been around for a long time. And it's Tetris themed. It's like you can't go wrong.
And of course, if coins specifically aren't your fancy, they also do have sets where you can just get like one of each of the Tetraminos as well, also made with the same sort of materials and high quality treatment that AppMex does for all of their products. So if any of that catches your fancy, whether it be coins, pieces, or anything in between from classic to modern, be sure to go check them out, as they have a wonderful array of Tetris related products, and we're very happy to be working with them. And I think Shen actually for a split second was
So
maybe I missed that.
I am unmuted, by the way, because I wanted to flip a coin. Maybe we can get some voodoo magic going for this next next round. So,
I like this.
What do we think? Heads or tails represents Kazu? What should we go with here? So let's have the Tetris. The front will represent Kazu. The rocket screen on the back.
Gotcha.
That's going to represent Uyushoda. And this flip of the coin will determine the outcome of the match. So this is what it comes down to here.
sadly, their paycheck.
Everyone complains that
depended on
PK
the
is rigged.
split,
Haven't
so-
watched this stream. Jake?
And
right.
looks like Uya Shota is the
Congratulations
predicted
on your
winner
win.
by fate. But I think Kazu will throw down and maybe defy fate. So we'll see here in just a moment.
I mean, Kazu and Uya Shota never got a chance to play each other at the past Square One this year. I don't know when the last time they've gotten to play each other outside of a couple practice matches. So not a lot of high stakes games that they've been able to play against each other for, I guess, in recent history. So this is going to be quite a bit of a kind of reawakening, I guess, for both of these players. That, you know, they're really starting to face the real deal of what top zone battle play can really start to look like. And again, every time Kazu and Uya Shota come on screen, something crazy happens. But like, regardless of whatever set it is, I think last year, I forget what it was, there was some random build that like Uya Shota got like a 21 line skim to complete an ulti, I think in winners finals. In grand finals, they both started and ended the zone at the same time, and it was the same zone attack. I mean, these two just like, I really hope they're having fun doing this because it's just like absolutely insane to watch them both go at it.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe fate will favor Uya Shota today, but Kazu is a beetle, you know? When I think beetles, I think resilience. I think they don't want to die. And Kazu, I think, will want to tempt that fate and try and outlive what Uya Shota can bring, and we're gonna get right into it here.
All right, and as our winners finals match, the screen hopefully will start. Yeah, great, there we go. Kazu on the left, Uya Shota on the right. Chen, we might need it to go back to game again. Off to our O and Z start as I'm looking on the previous stream. There we go. And a little bit of donation there from Uya Shota to try and keep that garbage going. But we can already see, as the fortune is not favoring Kazu with already 2 whole shifts in phase 1 garbage with 1 Tetris from Uya Shota. I definitely think that coin might have preceded some unfortunate events on Kazu's Matrix. Alright, there we go. There's the clean garbage for Kazu.
Like Uya Shota with like 2 donated T-spins, Kazu also with like 2 floating
Oh my
ones.
god, and there we go. Another T-spin triple tower from Kazu. Oh no!
Oh, but the thing doesn't clear the line! Oh no,
The
that's so
miscounts!
awkward.
Oh, but Uya Shota, can they capitalize? We see 19. Are we going to be seeing the ulti? I only see half the screen. Shut up!
It is still phase 1.
We can see Kazu there. Yeah, alright, good stuff. And already at 46,000 points with only a minute in the round. Kazu trying to blister through. We do see there's the max zone. Starts it with a T-spin single. Surprisingly, one of the more efficient ways to do it. It's still going in. That's a 20-64.
That's huge. What can Uya bring to counter that?
Oh, I don't know if that might have been an IP smash drop, but the skimming on the side.
Yeah, this
might be able to get a strong zone, but not going to be strong enough, and having to counter a lot of garbage.
Infinite TST to pile the pressure on. Like, it feels impossible for Uya to come back at this point. Needs a miracle, and it's not going to happen. 1-0 for Kazu.
Kazu saw Jaden having fun. Also, the 1 APP from Kazu, absolutely phenomenal.
Expected Kazu performance. This is
but I think Kazu literally just was watching the last stream. I was like, Jaden's having a lot of fun. I want to try that. And just was like, yep, okay, here we go. TST tower. And I mean, again, if you have the freedom to go for it and you have the speed to make sure that you're able to keep things going without your stat getting in too bad of a situation, you can really get a lot of mileage off of these builds when you're able to pull them off successfully.
Absolutely, and it is just ridiculous stuff. Uya gonna pop a fairly early zone, and Kazu gonna DT over his own stack. Still wants to make this T-spin a reality.
18.
Look at this greed. I love this. Oh, can't find the Tetris in time, but 48-15 is still incredible.
Uya was also trying to go for a couple of greedy builds, so Kazu had an extra little bit of leeway to work with. Uya Shota combos through to the Tetris. Not going to get any multiplier off of that, but still able to get quite a bit of momentum. And actually keeping quite a bit even in terms of zone meter. Both players going to have that max zone. Not sure exactly who's going to go and pop it first. But Kazu right now is in the driver's seat.
Absolutely, but Ouya, let's see what he can bring out of this.
Oh, being really careful with that IRS, managing to get a couple more pieces in and really taking their time. This is going to be a center 4-wide setup, I believe, for Uyashota. Puts an extra eyepiece down there. Not sure how safe things will be. It's a lot of garbage. Can they tank it?
Oh my goodness,
Yes,
look
they
at this.
will.
I love this aggressive tank.
How much is it gonna go? That stack is still going down, but there's no garbage that's been adjusted. But still a crazy amount of garbage
God, the
comes
combo's
out
still
from this.
going. 19 combo, and Kazu all of a sudden. I can't believe that tank was so perfect from Ouya, and ideal transition to a combo, and that's a fairly weak zone from Kazu. But not much better for
Uyashota
Ouya.
not able to capitalize, but the fact that they were able to get such a strong 4-wide and keep them alive when everything seemed hopeless. And now Kazu really having to put some work in. Tries to build a Trinity. The garbage has a little bit of weird parity, but makes a boomerang setup, keeps the stack clean, and Uyashota is still under a tremendous amount of pressure from Kazu.
So
and
ridiculous. Imagine sending a 19 combo and still being on the back foot. It's so incredible. Kazu going to pop a zone here. How much can be sent? Another T-spin there. 16 cleared, 18 cleared for 38. That's not half bad.
Wow, but Uyashota only needs to counter about 20 lines, and if they're able to play fast enough, they could probably still make do with this. Yeah, 25 Dodecatris, and that's going to even things out. And we still have not found an answer to who has advantage state after 3 minutes.
So high up, and all of a sudden, 3 minutes gone, and it looks like the game has quite literally just started.
Kazu, though, has quite a bit of an up stack, but Uyashota has a little bit of some favorable garbage. Oh my goodness, Uyashota setting up for a Kaiden, but having to get a couple skims on the way. Might be forced to zone pretty soon here.
Awkward, finds the TSD, but how much more can you bring? Kazu's pressure is just really high and forced into a zone.
Wow, counts to get the Tetris from there.
And Kazu has an opportunity to close this net on the prey here.
Kazu is one of the best players at retaliating in situations where they know their opponent's on the back foot.
Look at that.
Perfect IRS IHS gets the ulti for 64. And unfortunately, I don't think Uyashota has a 19 combo will, but a 31 Dodecatris and some fantastic garbage RNG is going to keep Uyashota alive for yet another day. Opens up the well and able to get a Tetris with a little bit of help from that phase 3 RNG.
Surviving that 64 zone is such a big deal. All of a sudden, this game is still anyone's. Even though Kazu is at the bottom and Ouya is at the top.
Kazu is trying desperately to find donations. They can't build T-spins fast enough.
Yeah. One upside.
Like, I need a higher T-spin count. We need to get rid of this random bag nonsense and that every other piece is a T.
I will say one upside for Ouya, though, on the back foot a little bit, is those extra couple garbage lines let you get your zone meter faster when the lines are already pre-built for you, and that's really coming clutch on this defense. Uyashota feels like popping zone left and right and able to still stay in this game 4.5 minutes deep.
Man, look at the scores as well, but Kazu really trying to see what they can do. No, the IO piece misdrop, and unfortunately not gonna hit the 5-minute mark. But you can see from the score, 248 to 180, Kazu was really pulling those reins with all of those T-spins early on. And the Uyashota with phenomenal defense during much of that phase 3. Unfortunately, one small misdrop is all it can take to fall to a player like Kazu.
It's the difference. And even though the Hero 19 combo came out, it was not enough to face the Titan that is Kazu. And if that's not enough, what is the question?
I mean, if it's not enough and Kazu makes it in the grand finals, we'll have to wait and figure out later tonight what exactly that will be. Or if there is a solution. Because, again, as we've said from Kazu's track record, many people have tried to figure out the puzzle that is defeating Kazu in zone battle. And a lot of people can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy. But both now in zone. Kazu will find what looks to be a 20. Let's see what Ouya can bring out.
Yeah, Uyashota, the ops not to go for the ulti and instead for the T-spin double after the zone. It was a decision we saw very popular from them really early on into TEC's history, but has done phenomenal jobs with making it work and showing that the play after zone can be just as important as the play within.
Yeah,
oh my goodness,
mean,
we're already into phase 3?
Of course
the
we are.
Play from
who do you think we're watching?
So minute 10. I think the fastest ever. Oh no, the IP stick. Oh,
that's so awkward. But the full zone at least could potentially be enough to find a bit of downstack, but 17.
Oh, but Kazu with the mid-game DT cannon, really putting the pedal to the metal on this efficiency. Chill trying to go for big, 19 and 57 damage. Uyashoda though, look at the combo from Uyashoda, really relying on these combos to offset the damage and find ways to downstick through this garbage. I think we're just going to be seeing a 4-wide setup on the side.
I love this, you know, how else are you going to cancel this kind of damage?
Wow, and actually got through so much garbage as well and able to just fully neutralize. A little bit of extra pressure from Kazu. Has a misdrop, so they have to be a little bit more creative with their builds. Transitions the well as a result. Still keeping back-to-back even through the misdrops. Finally breaks it there.
So creative on the downstack from Uyashoda, and one tiny mistake from Kazu in letting up the pressure after that zone. And all of a sudden, Uya takes full advantage. And we're back into an even
Kazu
game.
Almost missed. Okay.
No, that was scary.
Oh my goodness, Uyashoda agreed. And as you mentioned before, this game loves rewarding players with insatiable amounts of greediness in their playstyle. 30 dodecatures from Kazu, lightning fast.
With the misdrop from Uya.
It's still 35. Kazu has to tank quite a bit of this. And even though Uyashoda does have some misdrops, that's still just quite a bit of extra material they have to try and be as efficient as possible once they get through to it. Kazu rushes a half zone with a lot of garbage, sets up a fractal on top of a misdrop so that they can clean it up after the first one. Oh no,
the misdrops from Uya are so tragic.
Oh, the IRS, I believe, keeps them alive. There's another corner zone.
Much longer. Oh, a little bit of a combo, but I don't think it'll be enough. God, right on the ropes, and that extra misdrop will seal it.
Wow, and Kazu still reigning supreme, able to take the slightest of inches from Uyashoda in advantage and bring it the full mile, but Uyashoda is really making Kazu work for every bit of advantage state that they play with.
Grueling games, every little mistake exploited. But it feels that even though Uya has pulled on a defensive masterclass in this set so far, it's so hard to find those few opportunities.
Ooh, really big early spike from Kazu, but it's not going to phase Uyashoda, and they actually just have access to their well. Tries to see if they can deliver that early spike, but again, Kazu so prepared for all of these attacks that Uyashoda has up their sleeve. Both players going to be zoning at around the same time. Kazu has to make a couple of compromises with this build, trying to maintain that efficiency, but not a terribly good P sequence. But Uyashoda as well also has a little bit of difficulty, and again, we're right back into a mid game with phase 2 well underway and phase 3 just on the horizon.
Yep, good news is, you know, the decisions, you know, even if you have a bit of an awkward zone to start.
Mid game DT from Uyashoda helps clean up that side well, and Kazu has a misdrop or two that they're gonna have to work with. Oh my goodness, and Uyashoda actually gonna just immediately rush. It's the mid-game PC, Uyashoda, 17 lines. This could still be an ulti, and it is going to be 64. Huge play.
Is Uya finally going to find a foothold in this set?
Oh, but the 67 ulti
right back. What perfect clear? That's what Kazu just told him, and
what perfect clear.
So even, it's ridiculous. Every heroic moment from Uyashoda immediately and perfectly countered by Kazu, but a huge TP.
Oh boy!
And finally,
Uyashoda. Yeah, taking one out of Kazu's book, immediately zoning as soon as Kazu has no resources available, trying to rush off this pressure. But Kazu has a fantastic down stack, and although they're still on the ropes, oh no, and another misdrop. But Uyashoda as well misdrops a T-spin.
I know, the one chance for Uyashoda, and all of a sudden, a little bit of awkward and messy play, and it seems that Kazu will be able to get out once again.
Both players really pushing themselves to the edge of their absolute utmost capabilities. And we can see a lot of the misdrops really have been starting to file in, but as both players continue to have these misdrops, it just becomes a game of consistency from here on out of who's able to keep up the pressure as both players rush to send off as much pressure as they possibly can, trying their best not to accept too much garbage at the same time. You can see Uyashoda has a fantastic way to get through a little bit of extra pressure, has to zone a bit. Not sure exactly how much they're going to get out of this, but we can see needs to counter about 20. Kazu only accepts about 10 to 15. Here we go, the zone is coming out from Kazu, but they have a full zone meter and a full board to work with. Probably going to be around the ballpark of 40 if I were to guess. Trying to get the eye spin, but no, not quite, and it's a 50 ulti, but Uyashoda using a quarter zone to help get a little bit of extra damage when they're trying to handle this pressure. And again, time and not again, Stan Alive is the truth theme song of this match. Neither player is giving up an inch and just refuses to die.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous play on both sides. And both sides trying to grapple for the tiniest of advantages, but neither, it seems, can ever fully capitalize.
Oh, little combo here from Uyashoda.
I love that. And
only one line of garbage in comparison to 3 on Kazu. Kazu sets up the C-spin. Gonna opt for only a T-spin single on that last T-spin.
Oh,
makes a misdrop, but just turns it into an SDSD to keep up the efficiency. These airtight adjustments from Kazu. No, and Uyashoda! Oh, this is gonna be terrible. There's almost nothing on Uyashoda's board that they can work with. It's all gonna have to be skims. And because they're cleaning up within zone, they can't send any more damage.
It's so tragic. And that's such a sad way to fall apart in the final most defining moment.
And just a little bit too much. But as we mentioned before, Kazu used to be the strongest in the scene because of their consistency. And even through all of the mess of misdrops, it appears that Kazu does have a little bit of advantage in the long game over Uyashoda. And able to make a wow, and the Fortnite BC, almost identical boards, but a misdrop on Uyashoda is going to force things into a little bit of a different build for the two players.
Yeah, I would have been really
funny
another
if they
one?
just
Mirrored tons and tons of pieces.
Oh, Kazu. Okay, has a decent. Oh my goodness, what is this foresight? The prophecy on the T-spin double from Kazu while making a T-spin triple.
Just poetry in motion. So many little donations, and then also you will sometimes get big, like, incredibly creative ideas like that.
Well, Uyashoda has a little bit of tricky time to work with this sidewell. 19, I believe we'll be seeing the 20. Yes, we will, but Kazu able to clean up the stack in time. Kind of forecast a little bit of a T-spin triple, only getting 2 lines out of it though, so it's a T-spin double. Misdrops the eyepiece at a terrible time, and Uyashoda rushing all of this garbage. And Kazu has to make a lot of compromises in their build, and because of how much they've had to accept, actually going to have quite a bit of cheesy garbage still left over. But Uyashoda in the process as well, a little bit of the nerves, I think, starting to come through and make a lot of misdrops as both players might be entering a bit of a cheese race once again if they make it through to phase 3 like this.
And it feels like the story of the set is Uya coming so close to
oh my goodness, Uya, not another misdrop!
Throwing it away at the last moment, and surely Uya...
It's phase 3. There's a lot of clean garbage down there, but Uyashoda has to get to it. Very early top out of the zone, but at the very least, able to get through to their stack and start regaining a lot of momentum. Kazu has an excellent zone that they're prepared to break through at lightning speeds.
And this is all phase 3 garbage. Everything Uya eats here is the worst kind of cheese. The exact
37 out of 17, they need to counter about 20. And they get 29!
And somehow Uya will dig their way out of that situation.
Well, we can see the timing a little bit from Uyashoda. Waited to accept that first bit of garbage before they sent that T-spin double. Didn't want their stack to get too out of hand too quickly. Kazu does not have the nicest garbage to work with, but is still managing perfect efficiency on top of things.
So it's so back and forth, and again, like another one of these scenarios where Uya lives by the skin on his teeth, but just can't find that crucial kill onto Kazu.
Oh my goodness, that T-spin. Okay, I think Uyashoda was looking for the T-spin triple on top of that double, but found a better way to try and combo through. Kazu, though, going into a zone with the side well, but has the full zone meter, so going to get quite a nice zone bonus as a result.
And
35 out of 14.
But Ouya might be able to like outdo
Oh
that.
my goodness!
Big
Ouya.
19-20 fine for Ouya with 57, and finally, it might be the opportunity Ouya's been looking for all set long.
Well, 17, but yeah, Ouya Shota needs to find a way to upstack while keeping up this pressure because Kazu has a fractal ready. Accepts the first T-spin, counters the second, sends the third, and that forces Kazu into zone. Beautiful timing out of Ouya Shota. Everything is almost perfect.
And might finally find that elusive round win onto Kazu. Just a few more clean sequences, perfect plays away.
Kazu has, oh no, a misstep from Kazu. And Kazu does have a half zone, but Ouya has the full zone meter to work with. And they're going to set up a Tetris into T-spin triple.
T-spin, oh, another TSD here. Surely Kazu won't be able to survive.
Oh my goodness, denied the all clear by Kazu. But still a fantastic zone, 49, and Kazu does not have the materials. No sweep here, put the brooms away as Ouya Shota from the jaws of defeat and nearly 4-minute round is able to take one off of Kazu. And potentially, if they're able to swing the momentum, dare I say, reverse sweep?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We still have...
I mean, hey. If the prophecy was true, that's all I'm saying.
I mean, you might be right, but that being said, Kazu is fairly high on the board, but it's all clean. It's all phase 1. This is no big deal for either of these players. They've been here many a time before.
Oh, but Kazu is getting pressured. It's a phase 2 zone because of Ouya Shota's points. Kazu does a fantastic job getting through it at lightning pace, but it's still not able to have an ulti find, and Ouya Shota, I believe, is still clean. One misdrop, able to get the Z-spin perfectly. Oh, but as well, also can't really get too much out of the zone, unfortunately. We're going to be going back into that mid-game, but Ouya Shota's score is phenomenally high. Has a lot of power in deciding when this Phase 3 timer ticks. Believe one more T-spin should do it.
Opposite from the set so far,
oh,
where
no!
A lot of the time it felt like Kazu was dictating the pace, and Phase 3 finally starting here. Let's see how Ouya deals with this. All right,
Ouya able to take a lot of that garbage while it was still Phase 2, but Kazu has no garbage on their Matrix and a full board to work with.
This needs to be mega efficient from Kazu to retain the advantage. Because Ouya has just so much time to work with. Look at that TST setup, but
it's a 2062! And there's no 4-wide in sight, but a lot of very nice T-spin triples were able to keep a bit of that damage off. Kazu now in a full driver's seat situation.
And Ouya completely on the ropes. It feels like the dying breaths of Ouya's winner bracket life. Oh my goodness,
gets the T-spin off just barely. We have a quarter zone in sight, and Ouya Shota is really trying to make it work. Okay, is that going to be enough? I think it might be. They have to skim through, and they're not going to get a quarter zone in time. And another 2-minute round there. Another 1 attack per piece from Kazu. And 5-1. Incredible efficiency out of them. Just continuing to stay in that driver's seat for the entire time. And
what an incredible show from both.
And although there may be plenty of misdrop, there is no break in this man. Kazu 5-1, a fantastic effort, and solidifies their spot in grand finals, making everyone else's job trying to win this bracket entirely more difficult. But I will say at this point as well, Kazu and Ouya Shota have solidified their spot for the Trifecta tournament that is happening, I believe, next week. OSW, Promo, Araki, and Jaden are going to have to fight it out for the last 2 spots to see who will be able to take it home.
Yeah. Well, and that being said, after an incredible set like that, sadly, I think we'll have to say goodbye. And
I believe that's it for us. But again, we'll give another reminder here for a couple of things before we head off. Be sure to type connected in the chat if you would like to enter the giveaway for all of the TEC swag, whether that be, you know, your OST, a couple of other fantastic collector's edition items, or just general TEC merch. we've got it here for you. Enhance does a fantastic job helping us out with these events and are able to support. So be sure to type connected to the chat if you haven't done so already. And I believe you can also do it in Enhance's own Twitch channel, Enhance Experience, where the Japanese broadcast is happening, if you would like a second chance to win that giveaway as well.
Absolutely. And
I guess we're back at face cam to the very end. So
yeah, an incredible day of Tetris, but
and we're still going too.
So, yeah,
I mean, we've gotten to see our winners brackets, but we've got all of losers quarterfinals. So again, OSW and Promo, two of the West's best, and we've got Araki versus Jaden. I don't think I've seen that matchup happen, but we've got one of quite literally the best in terms of speed, and one of, if not the best, in terms of efficiency. Going to be a fantastic set to see, and that's still before top 4. Absolutely wild bracket that we have with Enhanced. But my goodness, I will be looking forward to watching this from the sidelines as our marquee casters for the night will be swapping on for us to give us a little bit of a breather for our vocal cords.
Yeah. Thank you so much, and make sure to stick around for, the best matches of the evening. Take care.
Goodbye for now.
All right, sorry for the delay, everybody, and we are about to get live with OSW versus Promo up next. And yes, I think our commanders, our commentators, were getting their mics fixed up here, so we are about to hop right into it. OSW versus Promo. This is match 6 tonight. We are in the top 6 at this point, and yes, so I am about to bring in our commentators. Commando and Pants, you are live. How are you doing right now?
I'm feeling fine on a Saturday night.
Excellent. And Commando, you sound good currently. So.
All right. Perfect.
All right. OSW versus Promo. Who takes it? Pants.
Ooh.
This is a coin flip. This is a freaking coin flip as far as my knowledge goes to.
We do have coins.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does Austin want to get an official prediction? Because I don't want to have any bias on this.
Yeah. All of my coins are too low quality to be flipped in a situation like this. They're dimes, they're pennies.
All right.
Who cares about that?
Tetris is heads for OSW, and Rocket Screen for Promo.
Oh, he dropped it. We can't see who won.
Rocket Screen for Promo.
Ooh.
Fate chooses
Okay.
Promo.
What was it?
I think for the sake of maintaining a level playing field, I'll prefer OSW.
Yeah, it was OSW was the winner of TEC at Columbus, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
Yeah. So, maybe momentum carries, or you have the alternate narrative. Promo is back with a vengeance and has been grinding harder. Who knows? But these are both extremely good players. They're here for a reason, and that reason is to play, to put on a show for all of us, and also to win.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're getting into the match too. I think that a match
here we
is
are.
getting started, and it is taking place,
Yep.
and it's going down.
OSW
coming in
immediately
with some-
right off the bat, a Tetris
almost-
perfect clear.
Setting up for the double PC, doesn't get it. Piece RNG be damned, and just goes into a nice little classic 6-3 stack. Which, as we all know, Promo is the 6-3 guy. If we're talking in 2021 terms, at least.
Yeah, OSW's speed thanks to 6-3 is just like absolutely staggering.
Yeah, anytime I've seen OSW play a little like slow or sloppy, like in person at WPL, it always looked like he was just like diagnosing the input method. Like he was like, well, there's my controller, being my controller again. And so anytime I see him play from home, it's always like, I don't see that at all. So far, extremely clean play from OSW. I don't think I've seen a single misdrop.
Yeah,
and
there's an
really
clean 60
casual
attack.
Literally, the second zone attack that we saw is 20. So you know how it's gonna be. Unfortunately, Promo cannot do enough reactive damage.
Oh yeah,
to
and that
counteract
Zenith
it.
drop is gonna
Yeah,
steal this first round. Fast start.
Takes us to round two.
Nearly one attack per piece there from OSW. My goodness. But yeah, I mean OSW has been kind of like just going through this scene like a whirlwind. I mean, I'm not sure how many people here are aware, but OSW recently has been speedrunning Journey mode, and recently recently took the world record for beginner and normal. Yeah.
Wow,
taking it away from Jadian.
Actually looking like I studied up on the players I have to commentate on. That's a first. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
it's fun to see. I always like seeing these people who you really just associate with being like versus mode gods, kind of step out of that zone and be like, you know what, Tetris is like the same game versus as it is a single player. So if I can own one, I can easily dominate the other. I like that.
Yeah.
Shouts out to the week where I had world records for Tetris 99 marathon mode for a couple of that. You can look at the history books; it happened, but I'm just referring to speedrun.com.
I'm honored to be in the presence of a former world record holder.
Absolutely. We have Promo already. I mean, we are at 60,000 points, so that garbage is coming in phase 3.
Yeah.
We were a minute in when that happened. Pretty normal stuff from players at this level.
Ooh,
pretty normal for OSW to create a T-spin triple at this stage of the match. Really
T-spin triple followed by that double.
Send this damage in as much waves as he can to just really lay it on and have this phase 3 junk be as effective.
You know, OSW's ability to just like immediately set up those T-spins is like it's hypnotizing to watch. Just like the back-to-back T-spin doubles.
Just a lot of talent. I mean, and you know, OSW is such a young player. It's always interesting to see just how like early formation.
Oh, okay. And then there's the King Crimson.
Yeah, the early formation of this kind of high-level play of a game can kind of just like really solidify if you just take it from a young age. I wish I played more Tetris when I was a kid. It wouldn't have been on this level because we didn't know enough.
It wouldn't have been on this level, and it would have definitely been a very different scene.
Yeah. If I could play on this level back then, there wouldn't be a scene. Everybody would tell me to kick rocks because I was making it unfun for them.
I mean, that's me whenever I play Tetris with my friends.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great feeling. OSW is keeping the color situation in check. I don't want garbage.
Yeah, fully man-made stack here.
Yeah.
Promo. I mean, we can't exactly discount Promo right now because Promo has been able to keep this going despite being at a major disadvantage. OSW's being really aggressive with these attacks, but Promo's been able to tank a good chunk of them.
OSW had a little bit of an early top out on that zone, but not early enough where the damage doesn't line up. This is going to be a little painful for Promo.
Ooh, this is very close. Yeah, that's going to be a bit too much.
A real good survival instinct from Promo, but unfortunately, not enough to stay alive. We are going into the third round. OSW has been putting on a clinic. I literally do not think I've seen a missed route from OSW.
Yeah, so, like, I mean, you just jinxed it.
Hey!
Ooh! you just jinxed it. Oh my goodness.
Hey, I'm not taking any blame there. This is no zone. Gonna have to take the damage. All right, there it is.
My man, what did you just do to OSW?
I made it interesting. I'm sorry. The spectators love it.
No.
Now I better see some right stick emotes. Come on, Promo. Nothing. Whatever. That would have been the perfect opportunity.
Man, Pants, you just. But yeah, I mean.
That's going on the clip show.
That is, if that wasn't commentator's curse, I don't know what is. You know.
It's a textbook example. You know what? Yeah. I'm glad that a commentator's curse situation happened to me because that just proves to me that, you know what, I'm a commentator. I know how to commentate.
You know how to curse the play?
Exactly. That's the skill. Both players sitting on full meter and Promo being the first to pop, sitting on a clean stack of self-made, but OSW getting into the zone, not dealing with a full self-made stack, but a gifted well that, you know.
Yeah.
Appreciate.
That well is definitely very beneficial. 56 and
Promo
19.
Yeah,
we got pretty even in terms of
damage, but since OSW was able to sense a little bit more outside of the zone, then Promo's on the back foot in that regard. OSW once again staying on top of the score advantage pretty early on. Not exactly the most important statistic, but again, it's a fun little indicator. Tiny little misdrop, nothing a couple of weird piece placements won't fix. And you know what?
Making just a bit of a combo out of it.
We watched the how to downstack tutorial video. Subscribe.
To no one in particular? Just and there's a DT cannon.
They know who I'm talking about. Speaking of the creator of that video, a DT cannon. Wow. Classic.
Yeah.
Triple T-spin tripler.
There is. I mean, it's very interesting to see that like these two are facing each other like once again because there is actually there's actually like a little bit of history not only in TEC but in other like Tetris games, you know.
Well, yeah. I think the way OSW navigates through a zone is just so satisfying. It's like I think there's like a very small amount of frames that are actually being left on the table. Like you gotta get microscopic if you want to talk about the.
You can tell that OSW like really digs this game.
Yeah.
Not to say that Promo doesn't, but like.
Again, I do associate Promo with this. I associate him with other forms of Tetris as well.
And look at that ulti.
Looking pretty at home with just how many 20 line ultis that he's been sending. I think that's the second one this round, But unfortunately, I think it was not enough meter. So even though he hit an ulti in OSW,
it was only 46 attack.
Yeah, a little bit of weird cleanup, having to rotate and stack under these overhangs on Promo's side, but again, it's some decision making, some on the fly, Both players are very scrappy in their own respective ways right now. The back and forth is real, staving off damage pretty well. It's like every single time Promo digs like one line into the garbage stack, he has to eat another line of garbage, and it's just a never-ending cycle. But at least we're using full zone.
These players have been back and forth for now 3.5 minutes. The score is like the scores are in the 100,000s. This is like that's a true testament to their efficiency here. Ooh!
Oh, the misdrop on the J piece.
Oh, the J misdrop. That's gonna cut it short, unfortunately. Oof.
A little too uncleanable, unfixable in the moment, and too much damage from those next couple of bursts. SW up 3-1, looking like
Promo with another
definitely
misdrop.
earned it. Having to clean up a little early, trying to go for some T-spin action, trying to maybe see if we could turn this into some sort of PC. I don't think we're gonna see it. But a misdrop from OSW side, unfortunately, it wasn't capitalized on entirely. But I think the momentum has kind of been canceled out for both players. OSW is just sitting on a larger man-made stack.
Yeah, we are in phase 1, so the garbage is going to be really clean. So it's not like
what is this 4 or 5 T-spin triple tower? Like, what's going on?
OSW is going nuts, man.
Freestyler.
But yeah, we're about to hit phase 2 now. But like, right now, I don't think the garbage in this current state is too much for our players to deal with.
Excellent IRS abuse. That was insane from OSW.
I'm like, OSW is just like OSW is finding like real good ways to wow us. OSW just does not want me talking about anything else.
That's I don't know. That was just like super technical know-how. Like it kind of looked like there was a little bit of like an unintended drop near the top of the stack, and then it was like, oh, you know what? I can still do this.
Like OSW is really pulling out all of the complex T-spin setups.
Yeah, fortunately for both of them, I mean, fortunately for Promo, it's not definitive right now, and Promo's actually able to get a good amount of damage off, setting him with a lot of phase 3 garbage, and this looks like this zone could be pretty good. I don't think that SP spun in the way that.
Oh, that is a huge. Those are huge spikes incoming.
Yeah, OSW. This could be
Promo's
good opportunity for Promo to get back in there.
Take it back. Yeah.
Ooh, a little too high. Don't go too high. Don't go too high.
Oh, don't There's
too much. There's the T. Okay, we're living.
We're good.
And the find with that D piece to set up the T-spin double going on down.
Like, I'm pretty sure like most people would look at that as like, oh, that's a bad T misdrop until they see that next
part. The moment I saw it, I was about to start flapping my gums about that. But fortunately, these players play fast enough where they could actually prevent me from sounding like an idiot.
There's that. It's such an interesting moment when you realize like a misdrop wasn't a misdrop.
It was just this is great.
Yeah.
Able to get 41 attack out of that, having to force OSW to use a half meter. Oh, some weird drops. Hey, you know what? Clean it up. Clean it up with the J.
Yeah, neutralizes that garbage, sends exactly one line back to Promo. Both players are even on the board. Like,
yeah, this is
Promo has a bit more man-made, but
this is ankle and ankle.
Yeah. All right, OSW having a few weird mishaps with the board, but
yeah, just playing a little too close to the top for my comfort levels.
Yeah, starting to down stack a little bit though.
But as soon as I say that, it's like, okay, well now they're kind of equal.
OSW is just like, nah, I got this. I detect a T-spin.
Oh my god, that's
OSW's
work of beauty.
OSW's ability to read the board is just something else entirely.
So like both players were playing outside of zone for a little bit. And in that time, OSW was able to change the stack discrepancy in his favor, even though Promo was a little bit ahead.
Promo with a double there. Ooh, that J misdrop's a little awkward. Not the worst.
We get out of the situation.
Gets out of it perfectly fine. But
Promo's thinking this could have been more damage sent. This could have been negated. Garbage.
It's not optimal, but it's acceptable. However, I mean, Promo's in a bit of a dicey situation. Like,
I don't think it's as bad as you're making it out to be. I could be wrong. Hey, universe,
I just get a little concerned when I see a lot of garbage and the opponent has very little in comparison. Like OSW's board, OSW only has 3 lines of garbage. Promo is just playing like constant cheese race right now.
Promo's gonna down stack this phase 3 garbage like it's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, trying to save that, for that.
Oh, you're playing
that's a little too high. Yeah, okay.
Damage is coming in too consistently for you to be playing like that. Promo, why are you doing this? You're gonna give me a heart attack.
Yeah, that's such a precarious situation to be in.
Think about
that eyepiece, no.
Think about me. You're gonna give your poor old commentator a heart attack. Having to use that many T-spin, able to get the single zone, and just having to find the downstack ability, able to keep himself alive, not eyepiece.
Wow, almost 5 minutes there, and OSW's already taking this to match point.
Yeah. Excellent display of play from both players. Again, Promo is not looking like a slouch. It's just...
I mean, yeah, Promo put the broom away a while back, thanks to a little bit of a curse.
There's that janitorial metaphor is coming in again.
Yeah. You know, which is putting a curse, removing the broom, something's there, you know? We're a little past Halloween, I can say that kind of thing, right? But yeah,
we are looking at some pretty solid play right now.
There's not much to comment on, but Promo's about to start the zone here.
Immediately mentally exhausted. They're like, you know what, I just balled out, and let me find my berries for this round, or else I'll drop an eyepiece in a really weird place. This is a nasty misdrop if I've ever seen
nasty.
one.
That's definitely gonna cut the zone short. Yeah, 13 lines.
No damage.
Ooh.
Promo is
it's technically survivable, but it's like extremely precarious. Ooh. OSW managing to skate by. Still in it. The end of the queue is in sight.
It is phase 1. It's at the end of the damage. It's totally doable, but Promo's gonna need to hit the accelerator. Need to put the nitrous in there.
Yeah, step on the gas before Promo seals the opening of the tunnel. Those misdrops. Ugh. Those were too fast.
Oh wow! Yeah, a natural defeat. Now didn't even need the full zone meter that Promo had just built up to. I think Promo might be like, you know, I couldn't use the zone. I was gonna do something really cool. Oh wait, I won. Okay, that's cool too.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's so fast on OSW side. Just like, obviously, playing 9-1? Ooh, respect? What is going on here? This is create a Type B matrix for Game Boy Tetris.
Yeah, we're looking at B type here from the classic Nintendo ones. Yeah.
Really good zone attack from Promo's side. For 19 lines, getting 58 damage. That's the French would say.
You love you love to see those high zone attacks. And speaking of, maybe we'll see something from OSW.
Can't get that.
Oh, that's 1945, not quite, but that's still gonna be sending garbage over to promo. So I mean, as long like you don't really need to.
On a big meter lead. Oh, not a big one. OSW is closing this out down very surely. The T-spin triple setups from OSW again. It's so it's so concerning how easily they appear and disappear.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah. Okay, promo starting a zone here.
I think there might have been waiting a little too long for it, because now that OSW just has the board right where he wants it, it's kind of like...
Yeah, OSW's in a good state here. Stacking... Okay, wow. Up to 18, 19, gets the curve, 65 attack.
Jeez, of course it had to happen.
And Promo's able to survive it.
Yeah. Promo's doing a lot of man-made work on his side. Pretty damn good stuff.
Good stuff here. And OSW is going to be able to downstack. Promo is able to dig through most of this.
Yeah, this is
still receiving some garbage.
OSW favorite at the moment with the zone lead. Just gonna try and get as much lines cleared. 25 attack. I do think that Promo could
probably outdo that. We'll have to see how this timer. That zone timer's not coming.
Was it able to pop the T-spin single there? That would have added like 3.
And, oh wow! That was a quick top out. What?
That was evil.
That was unexpected. My goodness.
Well, there you have it. OSW moves on in winner's side.
Wow.
And Promo's going to have to dig out from losers, as is
No, we're in losers bracket right now.
Oh my gosh! Yeah. I'm so sorry. Oh dang! Sorry, Promo.
Yeah.
I didn't want to sound
yeah,
so
no, unfortunately that's the end for Promo this time.
Wow, look at this bracket graphic. This looks great.
This bracket has been intense up until before this point. There were so many tense matches in the Masters bracket, and the Grandmasters, we saw a good chunk of these. We saw Kazu and OSW. We saw Uyishoda and Araki. Like all of the matches leading up to this point have been very intense. Yeah. And
again, as
all
I
we can
before, do. I love to do my research on players going into these. I'm not familiar with Araki.
I mean, Araki is definitely. I want to say Araki is more of a familiar face. I haven't really seen them much outside of TEC, but I think if anyone's seen what Araki does in Tetris Effect Connected, they will know Araki's zones can get really, really intense and potent. We've seen so many different plays.
Familiarize myself right now with this.
I'll have to send you a link to their Twitter, because they have a lot of clips of really high zone attacks. We're talking like 100 attack curves. It's staggering, and honestly, every time I see it,
Twitter.
Yeah. If I mention the high zone efficiency, you will probably understand who they are. But
yeah, it's like
every time I see that, it's gross.
They do a lot of zone efficiency theory crafting. Okay. Stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I really like that match. I always hate seeing people have to go home. That is the worst part. But you don't call it a tournament if everybody wins.
Yeah, no, only one can win here.
Jay Dilla, only one can win.
Yeah.
Shouts out to anybody in chat who. Oh, okay. Production reporting in saying he is super cool, and I need to talk music with him.
Interesting. All right.
Hey,
Jaden versus Araki.
We have gameplay on the stream right now, and wouldn't you know it, they're going crazy. And I hate to sound so base level, but don't you just love this? We're watching international puzzle games go on right now.
Yeah.
This is 2023. We're entering the next generation. Like, I'm so excited to see where we go from after this. I want to see. I want to see, dude. If we're doing this online, that's cool. But I need the next step to be, me and Commando in Japan commentating to like a crowd of 8,000, going nuts. They got the inflatable hand things.
Oh
Just
my goodness.
Crazy stuff. We'll make it happen. I'll cover the piece.
I mean, I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth.
Damn straight.
Like I'll if I'm given that opportunity, I will take it.
Yeah. So who's better? Who's better, East or West? What's the prognosis? Like, that's what this is all going to determine. Araki. We
see Araki's
we have a lot of good Japanese players here.
We have insane zone efficiency in Araki, and we have Jaden's like staggering speed. You know,
it could be anyone's game. I see 2 Tetrises, 3 T-spin doubles. We are getting a 20,
a 65.
Pretty good.
All right.
Pretty good to start off with.
That's actually breaking even with Jaden's. Wow. Like right off the bat, exchanging blows. It's like that scene.
They're exchanging boxing punch blows and keeping it balanced like a scale.
It's like the anime.
Like their avatars on the screen.
Oh right, yeah, like Jaden. But yeah, no, they're essentially punching each other's fists with those zones. You know, it's like
it looks like Araki is playing a little more in his comfort zone. Jaden was doing a lot of like defensive line clearing for a little bit. I think that Araki's not playing super efficiently with his zone, but you know, we are in a battle scenario, and you know, wasn't the most efficient zone, but you still cleared 20 friggin' lines, so hey, that's something. And it's a lot of attack for Jaden to have to deal with. Fortunately, we have that side 4 wide, so we were able to do a lot of combo damage down the way.
Okay.
But
and there's some more down stacking.
Definitely, the situation is more in Araki's favor because I think Araki has been playing this match a little more aggressively.
Definitely. It's really already been 3 minutes between these two.
Oh wow!
Yeah, we're gonna.
That aggression pays off. Araki takes that first round.
I have to say, it did not feel like
for Japan.
It did not feel like 3 minutes between those two. Like it felt like much shorter with how fast they're going.
Yeah. This is a solid flow. Araki getting us into the 6-3, which, you know, I feel like we need to start cataloging like what is like the Japanese style of play, what is the American style of play, what is the Korean style of play. Like, I want to know these intricacies. Like, oh, Japanese players, they don't do 6-3 that much, or, you know. We need a big like you know, Japanese fan saying, oh well, Araki's like secretly.
Oh, and
really
there's a card just
player.
casually right under our nose. 78 attack.
Casually 78 attack. Okay, hey, remember that thing you said about him being really good in zone? I think you. I know
what I'm talking about.
It was the 21 into the PC. I think the final clear was a T-spin. I don't know. There was a lot to
Classic
take
Araki
in there.
move.
Pretty good IRS system. Get into that left well. Jaden's side. Jaden gonna have to clear out of there. Does a pretty good job. Gotta stay alive. It has access to that big old well. But still not sending any damage.
That got you exasperated. My goodness.
Yeah. Still not sending any damage
Jaden's still
to Araki. Araki is playing nice. Pretty good zone from Jaden, considering
there's a 3 wide from Araki here.
Just how kind of messed up the garbage was. Able to send 39 off 16.
Huge
that's no slouch.
It's Araki's time to counter.
5 lines of damage, each with their own individual hole to be filled in. And yeah, that was a... Yeah. Araki is occasionally really efficient with zone. Ooh, it denies access into that tiny little hole in the wall. Okay, we're able to get in.
Yeah, Araki is very close to the top here.
A little more in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, definitely has the advantage right now.
This would be a good opportunity to mount the comeback. I know we're only 1 round behind, but you always got to be thinking any advantage I can get in the set.
Good C-spin from Jaden, giving triple and then followed by that double. And then there's another... Okay, there's a T-spin double starting off the zone. As is kind of standard fare with most players here.
Pretty
like, you want to start off with that efficient play.
Oh, but couldn't get the T-spin. Yeah, just...
Still a solid 58 ulti there.
58 in phase 3, that is nothing to sneeze at. 54 in phase 3 is nothing to sneeze at either, but having to deal with the additional damage sent after the zone. Oh, look, we have 4 blocks, holes in a row, kind of looking like somebody's trying to do master grade or secret grade on Araki's side. Araki, with the information I've had, seems like the type of person to just casually do a secret grade in the middle of a round for no reason.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Araki's definitely in a more comfortable situation.
Oh, I mean,
Jaden's
sitting at a really man-made stack with the full zone.
Oh yeah. Oh, top out prematurely though.
Hey, maybe this was a intentional top out.
That might save Jaden here.
Yeah, it might save.
It might be what saves Jaden, but no, not quite.
I did not catch when the top out happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm almost thinking that since Araki is such a zone master, as you say, that might have just been a get me out of the zone early so this damage gets sent now, so it's a problem now rather than later. Maybe. I don't know.
We'll have to see. All right. Okay. Jaden starting off with a T-spin triple tower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Into... Okay.
Oh, keep it going.
Okay. Infinite TST.
Churn that butter. Churn that butter.
All right. Okay. Infinite T-spin triples, I send.
That was kind of hot.
All right. Okay.
Jeez, just it doesn't stop.
Okay.
This isn't gonna be the most efficient zone, though. We don't even get
30 and 13. If Jaden was just able to work with that a bit more, I feel like we could have seen a really high zone attack. But like the board state was just not in her favor.
I think we are going to be seeing the textbook example of hubris, sending only 30 damage from that setup, now having to deal with 72 damage from the 21 line clear zone. Yeah, drops the sweaty emote.
Yeah, it seems like something. It seems like she messed something up there.
This eyepiece is going to hurt. There's nowhere it can go that can clear.
Yeah, that sucks. But another quarter zone. This is kind of an act of desperation. Manages to clear. Okay, alive. Still in it, just a little bit longer.
Araki is sitting on half zone meter.
But Jaden's board state's it's too much. That's unfortunate. All right. 3-0 Araki. Can Jaden pull... Jaden can probably pull this back. We just have to see if she, will it happen or not? It's just
this early PC makes things a little difficult.
Yeah.
Coming at the tail end of what looked like a back-to-back combo.
All right. Araki, first one in the zone here. Gonna be trying to get that T-spin double. I can sense the Kaidon. Yep, there it is. 18.
I think you can tell Araki was looking for a little
the
more.
Pieces.
Araki was looking for a little more.
I can tell that Araki was trying to go for that curve. That T and that S would have made one. But unfortunately, I don't think it was possible.
It's those split-second decisions. They're so difficult.
Yeah, no, like, you have to think fast and you have to know what you're doing with your pieces. It's just unfortunate. Okay, Jaden with a fractal here, sending 2 T
pretty
pieces
clean
down.
Zone from Jaden, but it wasn't a big enough meter to make it super
Yeah,
compelling.
It's really a shame.
Like
It's really a shame. It's really a shame that there's those like meter bonuses because you can't see. Because sometimes you'll see these like insane plays from a player, but they won't do that much damage because it's only like a quarter zone. Ooh, Jaden's gonna have to do a lot of down stacking here and try and get out of the situation. It's looking really scary for her. Continues it, keeps it going.
Yeah, I just can't find access into that, into actually down stacking into the garbage.
Oof. Jaden kind of. I wanted to say Jaden was kind of greeting there for a T-spin triple.
A lot of self seals. Very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Jaden's side is garbage.
Don't think it. Yeah, it's definitely not intentional, and it's definitely not working in her favor. Ooh.
Having to do it for a single.
She's so high up, and Araki's about to crank out a huge attack with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, just tops out there. Oh.
This is Jaden's last chance to stay in the tournament. I think she can do it. I think she can mount a comeback.
We're gonna have to see.
Anything's possible.
We're gonna have to see. It's definitely possible. All right, Jaden with the side forward.
Wide. A little dirty near the middle, but we will find new opportunities for what that can be. Like this, and then can keep it going. Yeah.
It breaks, unfortunately. Jaden can kind of follow it up a little bit more, but
it spin the TPs downwards.
Ooh, opts for a half zone here, just given the situation.
All right, this is fine. Not gonna be the most damage, but at least
gets an ulti 38 attack. Araki has a full zone charge and is close to the top. Gets a curb again.
I think is 67. That curb number 4 or curb number 3?
Jaden literally can't do anything here.
Could
clear a line.
Oh,
there's a disc.
I think we know what happened there.
Oof. That is rough.
We've all been there. Mm-hmm. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, nah. Happens to the best of us, unfortunately.
Yeah, and believe me, Commando's allowed to say that. I'm not. I can't say it happens to the best of us because that indicates that I'm the best of us, which is far from the
I'm not either, granted. But
excellent match from Araki, looking pretty hot.
Yeah, Araki's gonna be moving on, and here we have our top 4 for the zone battle, and it's the top 4 seeds. And I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but this means that these 4 will be qualifying for the trifecta, which is next week. OSW has already qualified through Score Attack, so his qualification slot here tonight will be a wild card. So stay tuned for that. We'll see who that is later down the line.
Yeah, man. OSW and Araki next. We just saw both of these players ball out. So these players are both like extremely good in the zone in 2 different ways. OSW can slam a zone out in like 3 seconds, like 20 lines cleared, super efficient. But Araki might take like 10 seconds to clear the same amount of lines, but that damage discrepancy is like enough to justify it. So I don't know. And again, we get to see another example of East versus West, OSW.
Yeah.
You know, prodigal son.
OSW. I mean,
of modern Tetris and Araki.
That's a very. Wait,
Oh.
hold on. Prodigal son implies that he left.
Oh.
Did OSW ever leave?
I don't know. He's a prodigy. Okay, he's a young, good player. I just put two. Whatever, man. You talk.
All right, but
make sure to share your Tetris story in the enhanced Discord. It's the 5th year anniversary, and we want to hear how this game has affected you. Has Tetris affected you in a positive way? I know it helped shape my life for something. I'm commentating. I'm having a fun time doing that, and I like this. So, yeah, I'll say it was good for me. But yeah. I made a 16-minute video where I talked about this, and I shared that. If you want to write lengthy couple of paragraphs. If you want to record a webcam video, selfie video of yourself doing that, just to, you know, keep the positivity up and just explain what this game means to you and why you like it.
Yeah.
Post it in that channel.
Or on Twitter.
More. I just thought it was the channel. Whatever.
Last call though for that. And okay, this is a bit of a new one. The these Hyperkin controllers, with the familiar Tetris designs. Yeah. You can pre-order them at hyperkinstore.com.
It's the same Tetris designs that they have been using for the Nintendo Switch cases and the Apple Watch wristbands. One of the Apple Watch wristbands, which I am currently wearing on my Apple Watch. Do not switch the camera.
I have two in box here. But yeah.
Good form factor. If you've ever played a specific retro console, that might look familiar to you. Also, speaking of which, you can see that I was not lying. Those are the same designs on those watch bands.
Yeah.
But we also have this Tetris Effect connected Switch case, which is the only Tetris Effect connected product that Hyperkin sells. All the other stuff is just normal Tetris branded.
But I mean, hey, I'm
not gonna lie. If they made a Tetris Effect connected watch band, I would have bought that instead. No offense.
Yeah. What other
Switch
case do you need besides the Tetris Effect connected one?
Right. I do like it. It looks nice. I like that the design on the back. I feel like that's something you haven't seen.
Yeah, the rainbow tetraminos there.
Yeah.
It's not quite as clear in the image, it seems, but like in person you can definitely like see there is like a color gradient.
I like Hyperkin. You should support them because I really
Hyperkin
want them.
Good stuff.
I really want them to make rhythm game controllers like they want to, but they're just looking for a partner.
That would be fun.
That would be
we are ready to continue on with the losers bracket. OSW versus Rocky. Another clash of East versus West here. OSW.
These are players that I am both immediately familiar with because I just commentated matches of them. So I'm in the zone. I'm ready to. I'm in the zone. They're about to be in the zone.
These players will also be in the zone real soon.
Yeah. We're all in the zone. It's all connected.
But yeah, OSW is the only one in top 4 in the States.
Yeah. Everybody else in Japan, it's Kazu, Uyashoda, Araki. Yeah, no, you're right. Is Japan the nation for modern Tetris? Who knows? Maybe.
Yep.
Think about it. Japan developers perfected modern Tetris.
We just need to wait for. We just need to wait for the game to start.
I think it'll start. I think
we're gonna continue this game at some point in time.
I have good faith in the person running the stream that it will start. And what do you know? Another blessed day, the match starts.
Another wonderful day, another wonderful Tetris match. Let's see how these two
getting us started with the 6-3. What else would you want to see in this level of play?
Yeah, both players going for the
super crazy stacking for both sides. OSW is keeping Araki an honest man.
There's a T-spin triple tower.
A little bit of a mess going on in the middle of the stack for OSW side. And you know what?
OSW is familiar to weird holes in the stack. Definitely from previous misdrops, but
although I will say that sort of lag behind in efficiency kind of gave Araki some room to nudge in, get in there, get something going.
I mean, this past year has changed OSW significantly in terms of his Tetris skill. So those holes in the stack still not a problem for him. He's been learning ever since those misdrops of the early days. Oh, interesting play here. Setting up a T-spin triple right next to another T-spin. That's interesting.
Ooh,
Araki with a 56 in.
I think if we had an eyepiece put to the right, we would have seen, I think, a 21. But couldn't squeeze it out. Just the piece generation wasn't perfect. And now OSW,
going is towards the top.
This is Zone Lord, as I have
52 and 19. Very nice.
Affectionately referred to Araki before. as his own lord. OSW looking like the lord of the zone this round.
Sending a huge spike over to Araki. As we get into phase 3, that means the cheese race has begun.
Don't make me hungry. No, I actually am pretty full today. I can't make that joke.
Yeah. No, I ate a pretty good hearty meal earlier.
Hell yeah. Tetris commentators, we stay fed.
Remember to take care of yourself and get something to eat if you haven't.
Ooh, that Z piece just wasn't doing it for Araki.
That zone got cut prematurely.
OSW's gonna get in there. OSW's gonna tear S-word up. I'll let you figure out what that word is, but...
Stuff. That's what he was trying to say. I got it.
You're right.
Ooh, Araki has a huge bar incoming, tries to mitigate it as much as possible with that down stack. Goes into the zone because,
I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Araki is just going to keep receiving this damage, and OSW is playing in too comfortable of a position, especially in phase 3.
Oh, that eyepiece! Yeah, that eyepiece cuts it short. OSW is going to take the first round.
Remember, if you need opinions on betting on Tetris matches, hit Pants for Hire. I'll know the over/under. I'll know the timers. I'll know the spread. I don't think they do that. Don't gamble.
OSW here, just, you know, stacking clean. But I mean, both players just stacking clean right now. There's not much you can do in phase 1. Like, even if you're as
really
aggressive as possible,
that was a weird.
Like, you can play aggressive.
OSW's playing around the matrix, like. A little over here.
Look at that Trinity. 3 T-spin doubles right here. 1, 2. Where's the third one? There it is. In the zone, too.
Just slamming these pieces down. Just,
take it. Yeah,
out of the zone, but I want to make
finishes it with an ulti. 57 attack. Looks like OSW is trying to prove that he can stand up to Araki with those zones. And I mean, Araki, like, these two have been close, and OSW is, like, in the lead right now in terms of
the S-miss drop leaves us with a tiny little hole. This is gonna kind of counterfeit this T-spin double.
Oh yeah,
but that's tricky.
That was definitely premature. That should not have happened. I don't think.
That's hard to anticipate. That's you're in the groove. You're not even thinking like, oh, you know, this spike's not gonna hurt, right? It was one piece enough. Ooh, the misdrop on the T-spin. It's not good. Both players sitting on 1 round point. OSW could send a little bit of garbage, but fortunately Rocky is able to get out of a little bit of a messy situation that was of his own doing. Unfortunately, the full zone meter is only going to have to be 24 attack. OSW is going to be able to do a whole lot more than that because this zone is going super well. Can't make it into a 20, but, you know, 59 attack is what you're looking for there.
OSW with a nice T-spin donation there. Araki's in the zone, just needs access to that well. Doesn't get the eyepiece in time, unfortunately. He's going to have to settle for 37 and 18.
At least he's able to clean up. OSW has a little chunk of mess going on.
Oh, yeah, that is a very messy board state. That is terrifying. OSW, what are you doing?
Yeah, eliminates his own zone. It's a little bit of a hairy, dicey, icy situation.
Precarious.
Yeah, but we're able to do some down stack.
Yeah.
Stave off the damage. Generate a little of your own. But
nice
Araki
cut
is
copy
playing
here.
extremely man-made with a full meter. We're going to see some of that extremely efficient play that you've been talking about. And
let's see how efficient this really is. A curb,
that's a
75 attack.
75.
Pretty good. And OSW is ST stacking?
Araki has something to prove. I am the zone. That should be like if there's like a post-tournament awards ceremony, you know, handing out medals, handing out accolades. Araki, you know, most 21 zones, most curve trisses. I've seen a lot. I've seen a fair plenty.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I think, like every
doesn't have any zone to get out of the situation, whereas Araki just is playing in his own fantasy land where nothing bad ever happens.
Tops out with that eye. Yikes. That I vertical. You never like to misdrop that I vertical, especially in the middle of the board.
You never like to do that because then you accidentally. What was that? Was that the T dropped onto it, or the T intersected with it when it spawned? It kind of looked like it dropped onto it. Like it was like he anticipated, because you know when you're playing at this high of a speed, you're thinking about where you're trying to put the blocks, not where the blocks actually wind up. If it winds up being a different location.
But yeah, I mean, all right. Oh, Araki's in the zone now. Also doing a bit of what seemed like ST stacking.
Doing a little bit of cleanup, it looks like.
Yeah, cleanup now. Up to 18 lines.
What is
Could trying to fish for a curve
here. A whole lot of IRS.
Unfortunately,
20's
it's only
fine. 20's fine.
I was about to say, unfortunately, it's only an ulti.
The Z misdrop.
That goes to show how high my standards are for Araki at this rate. It's
I
only
think
an
OSW
ulti.
had like 7 more lines of damage if he didn't misdrop that Z. That's unfortunate. But having to dip into that meter just to get this off his back. Situation is in OSW's favor. This is a good opportunity to put your foot on the accelerator and reclaim a point so that you are back in the you're back in the schmicks.
Yeah, Araki with a nice T-spin triple there, like still finding efficiency. And here's a fractal incoming. There's the 2 T pieces, 2 T-spins. That
OSW,
J.
I think OSW. This is a crazy enough matchup where I think that
both of these players are in pretty dicey spots, especially that T misdrop. What is that?
ASAP.
What?
I like that T placement on the right side in order to
to give the J that spin.
Yeah, lovely stuff from
yeah.
OSW. These little
OSW's knowledge
that
of
you can see that just blink and you'll miss it, but we both caught that.
Yeah, like the awareness of the rotation system from both of these players is definitely it's definitely like what separates them from the rest.
Ooh, Rocky, that zone, not on the level of efficiency I was promised. I might have to take Commando's knows what he's talking about card away.
You can't do this to me.
Well, I want one because I never had one in the first place.
But I mean, it really is kind of a testament to Araki's zones when you say, oh, that's
whoa,
that's only an
wide.
And
OSW, a little just made out of nothing, but
taking the attention away.
What are we? Hey, this is.
And Araki is struggling. Okay, let's see what Araki can do here.
This is
doing a lot of down stacking, mitigating a lot of that garbage
from OSW, like.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Araki, Araki's able to match it here.
Ooh, the T-spin triple.
Oh no!
Wow.
Oh, Araki overstacked. Wow.
Yeah. I think that's why I like Tetris. Like, I just got back from a fighting game tournament I went to today, and I think that's kind of why I like about Tetris is in fighting game tournaments. You know, you need to watch somebody kick the snot out of somebody else. Like, they'll never take 1 second because not everybody can insta-kill or delete themselves. But in this, it's just like seeing players take themselves out of the match in a split second. Just like, it's crazy. It's,
I mean, these players, like the pacing of this game and like how these players are going, it is definitely just like.
Ooh, weird misdrop.
Tetris is its own kind of fighting game, you know?
Yeah, of course. I've always compared pretty much any 1v1 puzzle game to trying to find the parallels between them and normal mechanics of normal fighting games.
That being said, I hope to see these players at EVO next year.
We're getting it in.
One can dream.
I got what's his name? I got the guy on the phone who runs it right now. I know his name, I'm just forgetting it. Overstacked!
Oh no, and
eye for an eye. Araki poisoned OSW's water bottle, and it caused him to have a pancreatic cramp on the middle of the field. Now he's being rushed.
He should have spilled that water on his.
But he just came back out of the tent. He's ready to keep going.
Poisoned water bottle. Should have spilled that on a laptop instead.
Yeah. That's
I'm sorry. But
he's gonna watch this replay and he's gonna punch his existing laptop and he's just gonna.
From what I heard, he actually managed to get his original one dried up. So This is the same laptop he's been playing with.
A really big bin of rice.
Mm-hmm.
Get it over. You get it over. Of
There's
course
an
you get it
ulti
over.
68. That
a lot
is
of damage.
That is heavy.
That wasn't even. That was damn good.
That was heavy stuff. Like that.
I think it's what they call in the business damn good.
Yeah, there's no other way to put it, really.
15 more lines of damage being sent.
OSW has OSW had a Rocky on the ropes.
We didn't even get to phase 3. We didn't even get to 1 minute.
Look at that. OSW, 1 attack per piece. That efficiency is insane.
That's like, again, who's to say if OSW knew that, that was the plan? Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't like the stat. Okay, OSW is...
OSW, you're stacking too close to the sun here.
That's what I mean when I say, put your foot on the accelerator. Like, sometimes you got to go into overdrive and take advantage of a bad situation, no matter how focused you are on your board. If you even just peek over there for a little bit, you see the situation is available to take advantage of. You gotta. Yeah. Because that could be the difference between closing the match out now or sending it into a 7-minute stalemate where the only reason you lose is because you got tired.
I feel like there are very few occasions where a Tetris player will read their opponent.
I know, it's hypnotic. You're like, I love playing this. I don't even want to think about somebody else's Matrix, but
you're too understandably a lot of players will be focused on their own board.
Well, and again, at this level, you just expect your opponent to be on that same level as you. You expect their board to be perfect.
Mm-hmm.
You're like,
it's just that's garbage. They're playing efficient
and assess their matrix, their zone meter, and their incoming damage meter all at the same time. It's too much. It's too much to ask of the human brain to try and keep that all coalesced while still staying on the top of your own output.
Mm-hmm.
OSW definitely on the back foot right now in this round. Not too much, but just having to play with a couple lines of garbage is definitely less preferential than entirely man-made.
Mm-hmm.
And
Araki
we get into the zone by Araki.
Yeah, but that's a huge queue of garbage. We'll have to see if Araki...
accidentally outstacks with the eyepiece. OSW has a good opportunity to counter pretty well, but...
Ooh, that is a
really
hefty
good,
counter. Yeah. Araki has to accept some of this at the very least.
Not that much.
Not too much.
Will OSW do it? Will OSW be the hero that America needs? We shall see.
This is OSW's last stand. If OSW loses this, I mean, that's it for the States.
That's it for the States. We're gonna have to pack our bags. We're gonna have to get one of the Japanese employees on production. Yeah. Shen's gonna have to clock out.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move over to the Japanese stream.
Yeah. I can't speak a lick. I could say itadakimasu. I know that means let's eat. And that's it. That's actually it.
Oh.
No! Why'd you put that in? Why are you making that closer than it needs to be?
You know what? No. You know what? I just choose to believe OSW was intentionally misdropping there just to make this even more intense. Because now we're at a tiebreaker.
You're gonna give your poor old commentator a heart attack. What, OSW? What are you doing?
I have to say, if OSW gives people heart attacks, it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah.
OSW has done that to me. OSW has raised
playing
my
on the
heart
blazing edge of gaming. This is extreme gaming that's going on right now. Both gamers are gaming harder than most gamers game.
Starting gun was fired and OSW has just been sprinting the entire time.
Wow, that was a pretty good zone from Araki. Not the most efficient damage-wise, but
OSW
is how clean that stack is.
Look how clean OSW is playing here. This is grounds for a really good zone.
Ooh, yeah, couldn't bring it to up to 20. Yeah, out damages Araki handily.
Yeah, Araki takes advantage of this. Araki's not in a good state.
That's that accelerator.
Ooh. Araki has to do a lot of downstacking. OSW is at the advantage. Araki is just on the ropes. Has to pull himself out of this.
In order to continue the downstack? able to access some of these lower lines.
Both players are
OSW sitting on a full zone. I think yes. Yes, OSW
has to do it here. OSW has to hit
cheering for
hard
OSW.
now.
That's me cheering for good play.
OSW has to hit hard now, or else it's like over.
That's a good hard hit.
Araki with a full zone.
Araki.
Okay.
Pretty down low. Gonna probably be able to, you know.
Ooh, that Miss drop's gonna cut things short. Gonna have to accept some garbage. It's gonna be OSW barely pulls it back. 5-4 moves on. The US is still in this bracket. Oh my goodness. What a
matchup. That was a matchup. Those
what an intense game 9. Oh my goodness. OSW moving on to face what? Actually, yeah.
It doesn't feel like it went the distance. That was pretty quick.
OSW's moving on to face Ouya Shota in the losers final. We are down to 3.
Ouya Shota and Kazu, were those for Puzzle Kingdom, were those both the Beetle avatars?
Yes. Actually no. Kazu, it was
we don't need to do all that.
Wait, was it? Wait. Ouya Shota's typically a mushroom. I know that much.
Oh yeah, the one.
It was
or the power up mushroom. No, I think you're right. Wow, look at this bracket. We're in top 3. Things are moving along really well. This is a stark contrast from the IRL fighting game tournament I went to, which I didn't bring a setup to, and I immediately regretted because that would have made things a little faster. All these players have their own setups, their own computers or PlayStations or Xboxes or Switches, or I don't know. Those are the ones. I forget if the Quest has crossplay too. I do think it does.
Quest does have crossplay.
I don't want to. Okay, yeah. But if you're playing a tournament match on your Quest 2, hey, more power to you. If you're in top 3 of a Zone Battle international tournament and you're playing in VR, like I don't know, I think you might be the coolest person ever.
I do know a few people who are like that. Like, they do have quests, and they do play on it, like, pretty consistently.
Yeah. It'd be nice, because that means you could, like, play in your bed and be looking at the ceiling. Like, not looking at the ceiling, looking at Tetris, but looking upwards. You could be really comfy.
I remember I touched VR Tetris Effect for the first time, and I was like, what's so special? I just see the board in front of me. And then I kind of realized that's the entire point, because you can start looking around you.
Yeah.
The board is only in one direction. You can look behind you and see things going on.
This production is brought to you by APMAX, or AppMex.
AppMex, yes.
The leading e-retailer for gold, silver, and metal products.
Yeah, you saw that coin that
Sponsoring
Austin...
this event is specifically this Tetris coin, harkening back to the golden age of NES Tetris, featuring some iconic imagery, like the rocket in the ending sequence, the, what is that Russian building called? The Kremlin. I'm
unmuting real quick.
Yeah.
Okay,
the
so
Kremlin.
Yeah, I think it's Saint Basil's Cathedral, I believe is the building you're talking about.
I hate being wrong.
I believe I just wanted to test our Coin of Fate once again, which has not been good on the track record so far.
Yeah, it's
trying
to go a little bit on the short end.
So you need to let it fall this time.
So we'll do Heads, which is the Tetris, I guess the title screen on the Nintendo, or Tails is the rocket screen, and Heads represents OSW as the winner.
Oh, well, that just fell.
All right, Ouya Shota is fated to win. So if you don't trust this coin, this might be an OSW is fated to win at this point, but we'll see what happens.
Ouya Shota watching the coin flip, like, no! God damn you, Shen! You made me lose.
But yeah, those coins. That coin really does not like OSW.
I need one of those. I need that for my my back left pocket. Just start being the guy who carries around a really cool coin where somebody's.
Yeah,
like,
you can get.
I don't know what we
can get in so many different kinds of metals, like copper, silver, gold.
Look, heads, burritos, tails, fried chicken, and then I'm just the decider of where we get food. Indecisive. indecisive girlfriend doesn't know what she wants to watch for a movie.
Yeah.
Let the coin decide. But the coin, actually, since it says Tetris on both sides, we wind up seeing the Tetris movie either way.
Oh, really?
Now loading.
Yep.
Losers finals. OSW versus Ouya Shota. Begin.
Very interesting way to start. Very interesting way to start this off.
Those players' boards started literally exactly the same. It's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean both of them going for that 6-3, and this Tetris well has to deviate their paths.
Is the king of America right now. The Olympic Committee is actually talking to him right now through closed channels, trying to see if he is trying to help beat the Russians and every other team in the 2024 Olympics. I think he can help. I think he's the X factor there.
Yeah. Oh my God. OSW very close to the top here.
Not very efficient
43.
with the zone.
Yeah. 43-19.
And Ouya Shota playing around the board. Had a 9-1 going on. Now we got a 2-7. OSW rocking a 5-4.
Ooh, the C-spin at the very top there. You're really dancing the line here, OSW. Like, my goodness.
We just know that's what he likes to do.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you gotta make it interesting. You gotta bring it to 4-4 so that when you win, it's all the more awesome.
OSW, the son of Daedalus, flying too close to the sun here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a huge 53 attack. Can OSW counter with a zone of his own?
Somebody paid attention to mythology class. I mean, come on. Or play God of War 2.
I feel like a lot of people did have like that weird. A lot of people I knew had a weird soft spot for like Greek mythology.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I just like the
Disney movie
neat. Hercules.
That's a solid movie.
OSW has a
OSW
center forward.
with the center
it's kind of weird
wide
because you don't really typically see it with a vertical 3 blocks.
Yeah.
35 off of 13. I mean, like, it's not the zone damage you want to be outputting, but that's pretty efficient.
Well, I mean, like, in this situation, you take what you can get. It's phase 3, and there's a C-spin again.
Push. I'm happy to see OSW remaining.
OSW is definitely doing this risk assessment like pretty well for the most part.
Yeah, clearing a lot of lines in order to get the zone meter back on his side. Probably would be best to see it get popped sooner rather than later, I want to say. I know he's looking for the efficiency, what with down stacking, so that's a little cleaner to work with, but it is also important to keep the rhythm in your favor.
All right, look at this. Yeah, OSW is just doing a consistent down stack, but Ouya Shota is on the offensive right now, just constantly sending garbage over to OSW. OSW cannot keep it up for this long. Like, he really needs to do something else, and like he's gonna start a zone.
And again, it's like it's unfortunate to see the zone come out at a point like that, because I feel like what OSW was looking for was to pop the zone when the stack was a little lower, but it just never wound up happening. So it probably would have been.
OSW, you are so close to the top, my man. Ooh.
Had to use it. Had to use it to stay alive.
Had to use it.
Gonna have to keep using it in order to keep staying alive.
It's just like, just has to keep quarter zoning after quarter zone. Gonna have to keep finding down stacks. Is he gonna be able to keep this going?
The quarter zone.
How
find the quarter zone again.
Going?
He's OSW. It's literally, it's plot armor at this point.
Like OSW is like, I think, like this is luck. This is luck. Yeah. There's no way OSW should be getting these pieces to constantly get the quarter zone charge to stay alive. Like, OSW should have been dead a while ago. And like,
doesn't have any more incoming damage, but this zone is the zone from Ouya Shota is going to be pretty mean.
OSW, you are prolonging the inevitable. You need to step it up, or else it's over.
I don't think it needs to step it up. I just think that was a too much of an uphill battle.
Like that round, like OSW had to do so much and just could not.
Yeah, I mean, like the stats paint the story pretty well. These players didn't really misdrop too frequently in that round, and Ouya Shota's playing faster, pretty cut and dry. No crazy narrative there, but You do love the survivalist aspect from OSW. I mean, like prizes are on the line. You have to at least be trying to stay. You can't look at the situation and say, oh, you know what, this is insurmountable, because it's Tetris. Like, if you play like a robot, if you play like a tool-assisted machine, then you can do it. It's insane, but you can.
Yeah.
And some of these players do play like that. Especially when that adrenaline kicks in. I was saying these players were not misdropping. I was misled. Ouya Shota with a little bit of self-made cheese in the middle of the well. Ooh, OSW! Really close to getting that 20 line, but, turns it into a PC at the very end.
Yeah.
Ouya Shota has to burn the quarter zone immediately just to try and counteract some of the damage. Is able to counteract it all. Pretty good. Now it kind of looks like Ouya Shota is in the driver's seat, which was not the case like 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, Ouya Shota typically has a tendency to play pretty defensive, but I mean, right now Ouya Shota is just like all out and is just attacking OSW nonstop, and we saw in that first round, like OSW was at a significant disadvantage and had to fight like such an uphill battle. It was almost like Sisyphean in nature. There's another Greek thing for you.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm sorry that the Greeks had such good stories that you could just make metaphors out of all of them. It's like we see the struggles of players and like the uphill battles they have to face, or sometimes just
so you misdropping that T piece. That is definitely
that's not a good.
It was painful for him. It was painful for me to watch.
Yeah, it's never fun to see someone misdrop.
If you misdrop in the middle of gameplay, you're like, you know what, I messed up. On to the next piece. If you misdrop in the middle of the zone, that hurts. That's like, I should not be misdropping in the zone. This is my happy place.
OSW is absolutely like trying his best right now to get out of this. Has been able to survive. Definitely a lot better compared to what happened last round, but like it's still an uphill battle because look at that. Ouya Shota sending 43 attack.
Yeah, and we're only using a half meter. I don't think we're getting anything close to that from.
Yeah, no. It'll still be good mitigation. Yeah, see, like, still manages to mitigate it. About an even playing field. OSW setting up the side 4 wide. This will probably help, actually. Yeah, this will help a good amount.
Oh, and we get the continuation into the actual set. It keeps going. It keeps going. Accidental misdrop on the J piece, kind of to kill the momentum at the end there, but
how are you able to continue off of that? I'm sorry?
He watched the video.
Like, that
was a half meter! That was lickety split!
I don't think I've ever seen anyone follow up a 4 wide like that in my life.
OSW, you have made quite the mess, but you could overcome this. But Ouya Shota actually didn't send that much damage, so there's not even too much to overcome. But now the damage is coming in, now that Ouya Shota's out of the zone, which is weird. You think it'd be more coming from the zone?
OSW's survival here is nuts. I don't know. OSW just toggled a switch in his mind right now. I'm almost certain. Like, my goodness, man. Here's another zone. This is definitely going to be a bit more hefty because it's like higher zone charge. 37 and 18. That's not too bad given OSW's circumstances. And we'll have to see how Iraqi counters it. 37 and 18. Okay. Didn't know we were going for like essentially identical, like essentially identical zones. Like they are on like the same wavelength, just at like different parts of it, I think.
Yeah, it's a very even match, even if Ouya Shota looks a little more in control. I think that OSW has been getting like a little sloppy starts, and I feel like there's an easy path to course correction that we're probably gonna be seeing in the next round, regardless of how this one goes. I think OSW has a really good shot to take this round. They're both playing evenly. It's not definitive.
48 and 18. That's a pretty impressive zone.
Hey.
47 and 16. Yeah, these are
Ouya Shota zone. That's not bad.
Still has to take some garbage because, you know, outside of zone shenanigans.
You know, having to counterfeit the T-spin double setup and just turn it into a single because you know, time is of the essence. Gotta keep it going. Keep it down stacking, keep it clearing. Keep this damage off of me because I don't want it. I don't want it in my board.
Yeah. Another T-spin. Yeah, T-spin after T-spin. OSW is kind of in the freestyle stack right now. Putting Uyashoda a bit on the ropes, actually. Like, OSW is taking it back here. You can see just based off the score.
T-spin like, triple setup into the... Oh, no, not into the zone.
Yeah, into a T-spin double. There's a nice solid C-spin right there.
To come through. Not a lot of zone damage.
Yeah, OSW could do something heavy with... Yeah, this is OSW's chance. 50 and 18. That's definitely what OSW needs in this moment. And Uyashoda only able to get, what, an attack out, and that's still, like, in a huge incoming queue. Like, OSW just needs to keep this pressure up. OSW needs to keep this pressure up, and then he's golden.
Foot on the accelerator.
Yep, foot on the gas. Like, just send it. Just absolutely send it. Oh, Uyashoda with the O-miss drop.
I can't get
it. That's gonna be I think I'm... Ooh,
man, no. OSW winning in very swag fashion with just, like, how clean this stack is at the end of it all. That's...
I mean, Uyashoda's...
This is fun to... That's fun to watch.
Uyashoda's still in this? Hello?
I don't think so. I think Uyashoda is operating with that logic I was talking about earlier, where you do need to be trying, especially when things are on the line. But, yeah. And Uyashoda was, like, a very point stacked, like, for the majority of that match, but it wound up only being, like, a 7,000 point difference in his favor.
Those stats, they kept that up for nearly 7 minutes. That's, like, a real...
really came back. That was a... Yeah, we've seen impressive, really short matches. We've seen... Or rounds. We've seen impressive, really long rounds. Like, you get it all. You get it all on the stream, baby. That's why you watch.
Yep, that's what... I mean,
and
these
we
kinds of
thank
matches...
you for tuning in.
Absolutely. Like, these kinds of matches are absolutely what I'm here for, you know? Like, who cares if, like, the best Tetris player, like, sweeps 5-0? That's lame. We need stuff like this, where it's, like, head-to-head.
I can think of one player, or one person who would appreciate a 5-0 sweep. The person doing the 5-0 sweep. And also any tournament organizer.
That's true, but like sometimes.
Oh, cool! I get to go to sleep sooner. Oh, thank God.
OSW with another C-spin. My goodness.
Yeah, OSW pumping the damage out, looking pretty efficient, pretty nice. Both players sitting on max meter. Who's gonna be the first to pop it? Is it gonna be used aggressively? Is it gonna be used defensively? Oh, video games.
Yeah.
We see Uyashoda using it aggressively. All the stack that Uyashoda made is his own. Unfortunately, a little bit of misdroppage in the middle, now having to take some time to clean it up, only sending 38 attack, whereas OSW is not misdropping. Asterisk. But wasn't able to access these lower lines.
Are you cursing OSW again?
No, because it didn't happen during the zone, okay? It winds up happening later. I wasn't talking about later. I was talking about in the zone. Just, you know? I just had to keep it open.
All right. Oh, only getting one T-spin double in that zone. Unfortunate.
Might as well.
But I mean,
done it outside.
We'll have to see what OSW can do outside. You know, like that's where most of the game takes place. It's outside of that zone. You have to have a good outside zone play.
Don't say outside too much. You might scare the Tetris players.
Oh no.
I'm just joking.
That's so mean.
I speak for myself. I play more stuff than Tetris.
Yeah.
Pretty effective zone from OSW, considering he didn't use the full meter for it.
Yeah.
Sending 38 attack off of 16 lines. Nice.
Yeah. One thing to note for all of these is that OSW is usually like less aggressive. Uyashoda's like always on the offensive, always has the higher efficiency, and like as you can see from the score difference, it's pretty staggering. And there's another zone, 44 attack.
Pretty big damage from Uyashoda.
Yeah, OSW has a lot incoming. OSW is not going to be able to drop anything.
We get access to this new quarter zone.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna last much longer though.
Yeah.
Nah, that one.
Uyashoda rises up 2-1.
Yep.
And just still the overall faster player in the moment. OSW's gonna have to pick it up. And again, I've seen lightning fast from OSW. I know that this is not the scariest matchup in the world for him. Solid back and forth of damage. Both players' wells looking pretty even. Wow! Okay, I was just saying, I've seen OSW play fast, and now we all have, because it's playing crazy for a sec. Both players activating the zone simultaneously. This is now
and now it's a
synchronized
contest.
swimming.
It's the contest to see
a ballet of violence.
Who's more efficient, and the answer might be OSW here. Yeah, sending a nice ulti.
Charging,
but Uyashoda has access to a nice well. Nice Tetris ready for that next part.
So you have so much eyepiece dependency in that well. I guess if you just downstack it, you don't have any dependency.
Yeah, downstack it like this, and then just go all willy-nilly. 38
couldn't
attack.
Get to the 20th line. That TP's
unfortunate.
Couldn't do it. Ooh, Uyashoda is going to show us how to do a really crazy stack. Able to get the 20, sending 63 attack.
63
That's a lot, OSW.
That is brutal.
Not dealing with the cleanest stack due to the drop he made right before that attack came through. Now having to play a little slower, a little unsure, as he has to access mentally what will be the best piece to continue a down stack and keep combo damage alive.
Nah, that's not going to be enough. Uyashoda's going to take another game.
Look at the drops per minute. Look at the drops per minute of both players. A perfect tie. These players drop the exact same amount of pieces.
Yeah, OSW has to catch up. Like 2 games behind. It's definitely doable, but I mean, Uyashoda is his opponent. It's definitely not going to be
and again, these opening stacks, these opening strategies are so similar. It's like we're watching a mirror play against itself.
Yeah,
up until a couple of minutes.
Up until the reflection wins apparently.
It's like OT Water Temple. Or the reflection didn't win. I don't know. Come on. It sounded like it was a good metaphor for what we were saying. I kind of walked into realizing how dumb it was.
Yeah. OSW is definitely at a disadvantage
here.
Messes
up the T-spin triple drop. Accidentally spins a little too early. Oh, OSW, this is your chance to surmount this foe. This opponent.
It's a pretty significant disadvantage for OSW. Uyashoda with another zone. I think OSW has to zone now, or meet phase 3 garbage already.
Yeah,
already a minute and 15 in.
No shame in using a full meter zone at any time of the day.
No.
It's always useful.
You just need to oof. That's a lot incoming. Is OSW going to be able to take it all? I don't think the answer is yes. Nah.
Couldn't get the 1 or 2 more lines cleared that it would require in order to build up the zone meter.
4-1. Will the coin flip be correct, or will OSW come back?
And again, I'd like to give a big, massive salute to all these players who, time zones be damned, have managed to congregate at the same time to play these matches live. These are not pre-recorded. This is all happening as we speak.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy that in the era of, this era of gaming, we can make this stuff happen, and language barriers don't really mean a thing.
Nah. That's the power of a tournament like this, being able to meet anyone of any walk of life, really.
Yeah.
And play,
go into
play the game you love, which is Tetris.
And just say,
and there's a nice ulti from OSW.
Mom, Dad, I just won a video game tournament for the Americans while you guys were making dinner, and now I'm hungry.
I thought you ate a hearty meal.
No, I'm paraphrasing as OSW, and I don't know his meal situation, so I'm assuming he's hungry, which helps my hypothetical. You picking up what I'm putting down?
I got you.
Wow, OSW is keeping really good on these T-spin doubles on the side. And now we're gonna
doing
see
ST stacking, bringing back the fact that he qualified from score attack into play here.
Yeah. This is what we saw all during score attack.
I think wherever Shocky is, I'm sure he's smiling right now. Okay, yeah, he's in chat.
The Force Ghost of Shocky.
Yeah, I mean, Shocky was in the zone battle bracket.
Able to clean it up to get back into the T-spin.
Yeah, I mean, Shocky was in the zone battle bracket. Unfortunately, getting eliminated a bit earlier.
Yeah. Hey, everybody's got to get eliminated except for the one that doesn't.
Like, only one can win.
Yeah.
Only one person can be crowned the winner. And
jeez, OSW is stacking mad. This is insane. The speed.
Yeah.
I feel like OSW. Uyashoda might be out efficiencying. No, the score discrepancy is in favor of OSW. Do not listen to commentator B. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
I like how you implied me as commentator A here.
Exactly.
I feel like you've been taking.
Hey, I'm humble.
You've been kind of taking center stage with yours.
Hey, I would never say that, but you just did.
But
wow, Uyashoda on the back foot, no zone meter to his name, so high stacked up. OSW is killing it. This strategy
did
really
OSW
working
just
for us.
play? OSW, I feel like just had some like adrenaline like on standby, and now is just like pulling it out. At like this is quite literally his last stand.
We need to check his bloodstream for any limitless pills that he might have gotten from Bradley Cooper, the star of Limitless.
Okay, Uyashoda on this down stack,
but
trying to use the power of Ren.
You need to start sending damage in a more
trying to use the power of Ren right now. But like, it has to use a zone right now.
This is
able to mitigate the rest, but OSW has a full zone charge. It is ST stacking in the zone.
Yeah, this is gonna be powerful. This is gonna be a lot of damage being sent. Uyashoda's way. Hey, you get in there?
I think Shocky at home right now is just crying as he's watching this. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
rolling in his grave, but in the good way.
Like crying tears of joy. The ST in the zone, and Uyashoda has a nice clean right well, but it is very high up.
It was very high up. I was clenching my teeth, wondering if it was going to be the end of it.
I was a bit tense. I was leaning forward in my chair. You know, it's that feeling of tension, and then the catharsis as Uyashoda has a bit more breathing room. It's still a bit tense. I am still leaning forward because like there is still a lot on the line here. But like,
well, that leaning forward, that's the gamer pose. You know, you're in it.
But the thing is,
wow,
I'm not even playing.
In phase 3? Jeez.
OSW's
score output has been like some of the most efficient we've seen all tournament.
T-spin triple tower from Uyashoda, 2 back-to-back.
It was like that really long one that wound up being like almost 7 minutes. Yeah, that almost ended up being 7 minutes where I think OSW ended at like 271,000, and we're at 5 minutes right now. He's already almost beaten that. So
yeah, I think
insane efficiency from OSW, and Uyashoda is actually having to like play catch up.
It's really interesting to see Uyashoda kind of still like has the endurance after like all this time. I remember very early on when there were seasonal tournaments for Tetris Effect Connected. There was that final match between Dormy and Uyashoda. That went for nearly 50 minutes in total, and that was a first to 10.
Oh my god.
And like,
I bet the TOs were screaming bloody murder during that.
I mean,
I want to close OBS. I want to close OBS.
Sometimes you just want to get rid of that program. as good as it is, sometimes you're just like, okay, I'm done with it for today.
Yeah.
Oh,
misstacking from OSW. I don't like seeing it.
This is not the time to be misdropping OSW.
Yeah, and it looks like Ouya Shota has either consciously or subconsciously taken notice of the situation, trying to take matters into his own hands. Like, OSW is using the zone, gonna try and access a well, doesn't have access to that well. Ouya Shota has the whole entire world in his hands. OSW is gonna have to downstack like a beast in order to get some of this meter back, so he can mount a defensive offensive
up to
on Ouya Shota's 18-line 50 attack thing.
That's a huge Q incoming.
Pretty good downstack.
Okay, OSW
has
meter.
It's
manageable. Decent board state. It's manageable. Oh my god. Oh, OSW just gave Ouya Shota an inch.
Out with that Z piece. Yeah, this looks like Ouya Shota is taking the mile.
Yeah, Ouya Shota just took went a mile with the inch that OSW just gave him. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is backflip as I've ever seen it.
Oh, this is so tense. OSW's zone battle career for this tournament is on the line. Is it going to be able to stay intact?
It is.
And it's not. Oh my goodness.
Congratulations to Ouya Shota for crawling their way out of the loser's bracket. And a big, warm applause.
GG's. Well played.
My microphone won't pick up claps because I have NVIDIA broadcast, but I am applauding for OSW for playing with us and allowing us to witness such stellar play.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Like, seriously. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that was I want to say that's not the way you want to see it go. But how else are two perfectly...
How much else you could have asked for that match? Like, seriously.
What else could you ask for? How else do you expect two different players who literally, in one of the rounds, had the exact same drop rate? They're literally perfectly matched. How is it going to end? Somebody's going to have to miss drop. That's it. That's it. Unfortunately, it had to be OSW. If the roles were reversed, I'd be saying, unfortunately, it had to be Ouya Shota. But fortunately for Ouya Shota, he gets to go on to play against the #1 seed, the winner's final survivor, who did take...
Out for revenge.
Yeah.
Out for revenge, Ouya Shota versus Kazu. We had that winner's finals match earlier, and it looks like it's Ouya Shota's time to maybe get a chance at revenge. Maybe Kazu will just completely annihilate Ouya Shota again. Who knows? Anything could happen here.
This
but before we get to that,
is brought to you by the Tetris Company and Enhance. Literally brought to you by Enhance, who teamed up with Limited Run Games to provide you with the Tetris Effect Connected Collector's Edition. I personally have this Collector's Edition for the PlayStation 4. It is shaped, the box is shaped like a blue J piece. If you flip it around, it kind of looks like a blue L piece, but that doesn't exist. Comes with everything you see here, the enamel pins, which I think I'll actually be wearing for next week's stream, as well as the art cards, the collector's box, the original soundtrack, all this cool stuff. And again, I think the quality of the box, you'd be surprised at how well glossy cardboard could look.
I think we should mention you have a chance to win one of these.
Yeah. And if you want to be crazy, you can buy all four, the PS5, PS4, Series X / Xbox One, and Switch, and stack them all together, and maybe make a setup. Can you do an Among Us setup with all four of these?
I don't think so, no.
Buy all four. That's the only way you can find out.
I'm just going to say right now, I don't think you can. That is a lot of money you'll be spending on these, but you can win one for free if you type connected in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're wondering when we're going to be drawing that, it's going to be after Grand Finals. So, stay tuned.
Yeah, make sure you stay tuned. If you enter,
you
don't want to.
We are getting to it. Like, Grand Finals is now. After this is the giveaway. Like, if you want to see if you won or not, just like stick around. I mean, also stick around for this, because this is going to be one hell of a match.
I'm the type of guy who doesn't open his collector's editions, so...
I thought you did, though.
It's, I think... Well, I mean, I have opened it, but I haven't taken anything out. I have the downloadable version of it on my PS4, so there's really no reason for me to put the disc in, but, you know...
It's a nice talking piece.
I will say...
Peace, get it?
I will say, there's, like... I think, like, the standard for, like, you know... I'm just gonna assume that a lot of people watching the stream are kind of nerds in some respect. And I'm assuming that they're the type of person that can appreciate getting some sort of anime or video game character figure. And for that box, you can stack an anime or video game figure on there. It looks really cool.
All right, and looks like we're about ready to begin. Yep, right off the starting gate, just immediately. Wow.
Yeah, it looks like Ouya showed us playing a little more cleanup, whereas Kazu kind of in control. I'll see if Kazu makes a misdrop. I'm not, I shall hold my breath. Both players sitting on max meter. Pretty clean stacks, pretty high up.
Mm-hmm.
Ouya Shota liking to cancel out my claim of pretty clean stacks as soon as I say it. Kazu getting a lot of efficient play going on now that we are towards the top of the stack. Trying to look for the 20 line clear and turns it into the Ultimatress, sending 66 damage over to Ouya Shota's way, who having to pop the zone a little early, so, you know, the damage situation is going to be in Kazu's favor. Yeah, Kazu is playing fast, like fast.
Mm-hmm. But yeah,
a little
I mean,
bit of cleanup, but this isn't like a misdrop cleanup. This is a, you know, player versus player cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, Ouya Shota is like really well known for his defensiveness. It typically can survive a long time. I mean, we just saw it with OSW.
Wow, Kazu.
Yeah.
Okay, that was kind of crazy. Sending up the J piece, like clearing lines under the J piece in order to set up the T-spin triple underneath. That
Ooh.
I haven't really seen anything like that. I usually only see it for T-spin doubles. That is.
I have to say, Kazu's plays towards the top of the board there are very interesting.
Yeah.
Kind of
seems getting a bit of a break with that early zone exit.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. I think anyone who's been playing Tetris Effect Connected for like a decent amount of time will probably know the name Kazu.
Yeah.
And if you don't, well, here you go. This is Kazu.
You could have been playing the game for a while and, you know, not actually watch streams and such. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, but if you are one of those people, this is Kazu. I mean, previously a Square One world champion, like widely regarded as one of the best guideline players, like in the current era. Which, if in the current era, I guess that just means, you know, one of the best ever.
I mean, there was still a good scene before this game.
Right, but I just feel like the meta, the speeds, the everything has kind of advanced to such a crazy level in the modern era.
I suppose, yeah. But I'm not going to discount those people.
I respect the people who held it down, but, you know, it's like...
They walked so we could quite literally see people sprint.
Yeah. Hey, people were always sprinting.
People were always sprinting, but never at these speeds, you know.
Oh wow, Ouya Shota topping themselves out, just couldn't find a way to dig down through the top of that well.
Yeah, Kazu's just that kind of person. My goodness.
All right, what are the setups?
6-3 on the left.
Trying to get some strange setup. Had to do a little bit of dig
looks like
on his own
LSD.
stack. Yeah.
Yeah, it's LSD.
Looks like it was a little. Oh yeah, you're right.
And Kazu was doing more 6-3 sprint.
Yeah. It's pretty
Both
solid job maintaining upkeep. Just
Yep.
Yeah, keeping the damage honest. Uyashota going into the zone first. Is the damage going to look good? I don't think it was the most. Yeah.
48 and 19.
Attack off of 19. Kazu in the position to completely run away with this early lead and kind of.
It's honestly nuts
that you need to be at this level.
It's honestly nuts that like we're seeing 48 and 19, which is still extremely impressive, and we're just going, oh, it's only 48.
Again, we were seeing some.
We were seeing curves. So. We were seeing curves. We were seeing like 80 attacks.
Yeah,
we were seeing like 70 attacks.
Like we have not seen a curve since Arika, so Arika does need that 3D printed metal.
Araki. Arika's the TGM pup.
Yeah.
Too much Tetris gets all those terms tangled up, you know.
Yeah.
There's an STSD from Uyashota. There's the first T-spin double. There's the second one. All right, yeah, both players
just,
about
pugilism right now. Just solid play, both sides. No one really getting a solid foothold over on the other. It's comfortable.
Looks like...
It's hectic. It's fast, but it's comfortable. Uyashota, I guess the piece generation finally ran dry and was drawing piece dead. Gonna have to go tap into that full zone and make absolutely nothing happen from it. Whereas Kazu is staring down a very nice
T-spin double. Oh, that's real high up. That's a 20, 57 attack.
In phase 3, Uyashota is going to have to make a lot happen with a little amount of time in the zone. And you know what?
It work.
Did do that.
But look at the board state from Kazu. That is a clean, just 5-4 stack.
It's so clean.
Ready for Tetrises, ready for T-spin. So clean, you could just like eat right off of it, you know?
Eat right off of it. Not hungry enough to, so.
Yeah.
You know, as previously said.
Maybe someone in the audience is. Uyashota has a lot to go through here. That is a lot of cheese. Hopefully he's not lactose intolerant.
Boy. This is grand finals, man. We can't be hitting them with the lactose intolerant jokes. That's not what they deserve at this level.
There's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can do when you're given so much cheese from Kazu.
And it disarms me. It like puts me in a stun state, and I can't commentate on one of the players actually losing. Ooh, and Kazu starting off with a weird board stack and immediately reclaims it and turns it into something beautiful with a T-spin double early on.
With an Elmis drop. Let's see how.
Yeah, and some early damage.
Some quick skims, but that's definitely gonna. For the early efficiency, that's not going to do too much. In the long run, it probably doesn't matter.
Both players sitting on pretty good zone meter.
8-1 stacks, very suboptimal.
Ooh,
but Uyashota with a nice well transfer.
Misdrop from Kazu.
Up to 18 lines. Not going to be able to get more. 47.
This isn't going to be very efficient, but it has the chance to be more efficient.
Nice 52 attack. Send some lines over to Uyashota. Not too many, though. We are in phase 2. The garbage is still relatively clean. Once it hits that 60k mark, though, things are going to get spicy.
Good stack.
In other words, these players are just
Uyashota can make this happen, I do think.
Yeah, no, like, right now, I don't expect Uyashota to top out so soon. And if he does, well, that's going to be very upsetting. But I guess that's just... how it is
going to see
in this lawless
meter
world.
Pop soon. Ooh, really good down stack going on. Unfortunately, getting stuck with the OZ when you're looking for literally anything else. IPs, JPs, LPs. I think a T would have worked there. Both players are sitting on their max meter, trying to figure out when the optimal time to step on the gas is going to be. Weird misdrop.
Ooh, Kazu's board state not looking too great.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Manages to just skip. Yeah, just cleans it up.
No, yeah, you can't.
Yeah, okay.
I was thinking like, no.
That's some grade A recovery.
Definitely
right
winning the zone war.
Yeah. And OSW. Sorry, Kazu with a quick so. I'm still like, that last match is still fresh on my mind, I suppose.
It was a fresh match. How could it not be?
I mean, yeah, that's true.
It residually imprinted. Ooh, Kazu's board state, as previously stated,
awkward.
not very optimal.
Very awkward.
Uyashota
I mean, quickly gets
a little
through
more comfort, but accidentally, or no, that wasn't popping out of the board. That was just the meter ended.
Yep. And there's this down stack. Ouya Shoto with a nice T-spin double thanks to that Kaidan.
Kazu getting down in the board. Not really getting phased by anything.
Oh, that Jameis drop. That's not great. Manages to fix it up, but that's definitely gonna slow things down.
Yeah,
and like you need all the speed you can get. There's a T-spin triple tower
combo.
Jesus,
that was a lot of down stack damage.
Oh my goodness. In phase 3?
What do you do here? You don't even have
brutal.
Come on. Lines to deal with this. This is.
Well, I understand you have the advantage and all, but have mercy. My goodness, what are you?
Yeah, now you have the hole there that you can't get access to these next couple of pieces. Kazu's going to take the 3rd round. We are only 2 rounds away from a potential tournament winner.
Yeah, might sweep it away with grand finals. Oh my goodness. Ouya Shoto is like really putting up a fight here. But Kazu, Kazu's just like... Kazu doesn't care.
We should have looking a little in control right now.
Yeah.
Really lucky with the garbage.
Yeah, both players kind of just coasting, honestly. Kazu's a bit on a bumpy road here, though.
Yeah. Ooh, setting up the T-spin double, only getting a single. You hate to see it. Only sending 44 attack, but it's way more than what Kazu sent, because Kazu has a weird-ass stack. Kazu has a really weird stack that Ouya Shoto.
There we go. Ouya Shoto
running away with that round win like a thief in the night. But look at the stats on Kazu's side. What? How do you... I guess it's because
as Davo said earlier, taking it from me, put the broom away. There are no sweeps here.
Yeah. 150 per minute. That's
Kazu really likes to hold that broom with like an iron grip, but Ouya Shoto is just snatching that away, putting it back in the closet. It's not coming out again tonight.
These players are doing like T-spins every 7th piece, and they're still playing like 40-second sprints, like just regularly. I know, a lot of you professional Tetris players out there, might be.
Ooh, there's curve potential for Ouya Shoto. Not
doesn't
quite.
Doesn't hit the IRS. Doesn't hit the.
Yeah, I don't think the IRS was entirely possible there, but man,
okay. Well then, yeah.
Real close.
It looks possible.
I'm not sure,
but I will take
like off the top of my head, I can't quite remember IRS. It's been a while.
Ooh, Kazu hitting the T-spin double at the very
69 in 20.
That is quite the nice attack from the zone.
That is, quite nice.
And meanwhile, Ouya Shoto only has half meter to try and clear out the rest of this situation. No meter now. A lot of attack coming. Again, keep down stack going.
This is Ouya Shoto's last stand.
This might be Kazu's, because Kazu is second to last.
This might be game, set, and match.
Wow, that Z push didn't kill him. Keep going, keep going. Nah. A lot of desperation there. Not like desperate.
There we go. Over just, 1 APP. More efficient than fast. That is nuts. But here we go. Championship point. It's the moment you've all been waiting for.
Ouya Shoto misdropping the T piece, was trying to look for the spin into the T-spin triple. Gonna have to sacrifice everything he worked for. So much setup down the drain. Kazu is completely in the driver's seat right now. Ouya Shoto has no setups, and I mean, you would kind of have a hard time telling, judging by what the boards look like, though.
Yeah.
I think Ouya Shoto's saving grace was turning some of that into just a raw down stack. Both players zoning it up. The situation is getting zoned up. 18 for 43 for Ouya Shoto. Kazu is going to be giving us a 20 for 68. Not so nice.
Not so nice, but still
Ouya Shoto definitely doesn't think it's nice. Might even think it's mean.
Yeah, Ouya Shoto's on the receiving
end. Ooh, the
high
piece misdrop on Kazu's side. This could be be nuclear for Kazu. This is the moment for Ouya Shoto to step on the gas, twist the knife.
From Kazu. Oh my goodness, that's too many misdrops.
You never see it from a player of this caliber.
This is Uyashoda's chance to take the mile. Like get up, like
and doesn't even have the zone meter to combat it.
Oh Uyashoda slowly creeping up. This is absolute final stand here. Like
if we go over the ratio of the last 4 rounds, that was a Kazu win, an Uyashoda win, a Kazu win, Uyashoda win. If the pattern continues, that does mean Kazu's going to win this next one. So now it's not a matter of keeping the cycle alive. It's a matter of breaking this new cycle and inventing a new one where you rise up even more over adversity. I think Uyashoda might just show the world what he has in store. That was really That was really
close.
So
uncomfortable. Like I don't know how you could still be up stacking and accept all of that garbage. But I mean, Uyashoda's done it. Starts a zone. 6 lines already. Playing real efficient here.
Yeah,
I have a good feeling about this zone.
Kazu has some pretty good stuff going on in the zone. I think it's a
nice ulti,
Tetris, 2 T-spin doubles, a T-spin triple. Trying to look for something. Can't get the T-spin.
Attack. Look at all that garbage that Kazu has to accept. It is phase 2 garbage, so it's probably it's definitely manageable for someone like Kazu. Let's face it.
It looks very simple.
But like Uyashoda's in a comfortable spot right now.
Yeah, this is both players playing at their peak. I haven't really seen too many messy, sloppy plays. No misdrops there. Their controllers are calibrated. Yeah, way to go, Pants.
Look at that garbage.
Way to go, Pants. Gonna have to tap into the zone. Fortunately, he's at max, so it's not going to waste. It's only going to waste if he can't access the full
31 attack versus 36 attack. Kazu has to do a lot here. Like Uyashoda's now on the advantage and takes another round.
Uyashoda broke that previous cycle that I mentioned.
Now, will Uyashoda be able to? Will Uyashoda be able to come back from this entirely, though? Take these next 2 games. We don't know.
I mean,
literally anything can happen. Like with how everything is going,
been playing in the last couple of rounds. I think so.
Yeah, literally
it could also be an early top out with how close to the top that Uyashoda's playing.
I have a little more faith in Uyashoda.
And it could be an early top out from Kazu. That was really close. That L piece almost made him take the L.
Early zone. Uyashoda gets the advantage now. Okay, we have to see. We have to see what Uyashoda can do.
It's a lot of damage coming his way, but it closes himself off. I think it was too early of a hard drop from the L piece. Kazu does have the means, the wherewithal to actually surmount a pretty solid offensive with this next zone. 42 attack, not bad, but Uyashoda doesn't have any zone meter besides the quarter. That's not what you want to be using in these early stages of the game.
That Z misdrop's definitely you don't want to be seeing that high up, but like manages to skim through it pretty well. Going through this situation quite nicely. Sets up another T-spin double.
We're not in phase 3 yet. Might want to pop
it
right before we hit that.
I think a zone's gonna happen beforehand. Yep.
Booyakasha. Speak of the devil and he shall appear.
Up to 15 lines. Look at how clean Uyashoda's board is right now with this. 19.
What do? We get up to 20 for 64.
Let's see
what
Kazu can do.
3rd-gen consoles.
Yeah.
Also getting the 20 for 66.
Okay, very
completely no garbage for either side off of that. Very even.
Uyashoda does have a quarter zone advantage. We'll have to see if Kazu can close that gap because it really is a matter of speed in terms of getting zone charge.
And Uyashoda is definitely in the driver's seat right now. It's This is like
I
don't have a bias, but it is cathartic to see the person who's been playing from behind the entire set start to mount such a convincing comeback.
Like it's like I live for the close matches, man. I live for the comebacks. You know, it's very nice to watch. And sure, for the most part, it can be very tiring, especially to TOs or like streamers or something. But like, because it's for the audience, you know. It's for the audience.
It's putting these pieces down.
And look at this, like Uyashoda is very confidently in control of the situation right now.
Yeah, and it was looking a little misshapen in not his favor, but now it's like you have access to everything. You can make a 20 clear happen almost.
Kazu has to do another zone here. It's a quarter zone. Not going to be able to mitigate all of that.
The J misdrop. It's not the worst thing in the world. Yeah, we slide it in pretty nice. pretty easy to get out of that situation from Uyashoda.
Kazu's in a bit of a precarious state right now.
Yeah, playing just a little too high up.
Ooh, there's garbage. The STSD. Okay, STSD kind of greeting a little bit.
I would never do that. I don't care how good of a player I am. I know, that's insane.
More power to Kazu, you know, like being able to do an STSD that high up. That is so risky, but like, it really helped.
He is really high up. That is a lot of garbage.
Both players about the same height. I mean, Uyashoda's higher, but that's a man-made stack right there.
Down
and is going to be able to down stack
going on
Look at that.
Side, setting a good combo, going into the T-spin double, into the triple. Kazu is playing very standard by comparison.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Another STSD from Kazu. This one's more acceptable because it's lower down. Those T-pieces coming really late, though. But, like, Kazu was ready for those. And,
it's down stacking action. I don't think this is any misdrops going on Uyashoda's side.
Yeah. Kazu
has
a bit of an advantage here, yeah.
Oh, that 4-zone meter winds up being not much.
It gets cut off prematurely. Kazu has an opportunity to just send a huge attack right now, and I feel like it's coming with this. Yeah.
Yeah, accidentally sends that J.
Uyashoda has a half charge. Gonna still be able to keep this going, I think. 25 attack. Yeah, okay. Both players about
winds up getting a bit on top in that situation. But
yeah, Kazu actually surpassed Uyashoda is like surpassing Uyashoda in score right now. Just by a small amount, but like is definitely like playing more aggressive right now. Oh my goodness.
The double zone pop. I think they're both playing up from a half zone meter, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
And again, this final this after action report, it's so even. Like
this is almost like too hypnotizing to talk over. Yeah. It's like both players are getting sent like a lot of garbage that a lesser player would die against, you know. But here they are, like, kind of just going through it with relative ease.
And again, what could very well be Uyashoda's swan song naturally winds up going the distance, winding up being a 5-minute round. That
and look at this down stack from Uyashoda. Kazu with a DT. Oh my goodness, they're trying to pull out all the stops here. Play that organ at full blast.
T-spin
like, my goodness.
After T-spin. Kazu sitting on full meter and a really nice stack, but lets a little too much damage in.
Mm-hmm.
Who is going to be the first to pop it? We are playing pretty high up on Uyashoda's side, so naturally he is going to, just because it's like, you know what, I got a little too close to the sun. I'm gonna save my situation before I might accidentally get counterfeited a loss.
Another C-spin from Uyashoda there.
Yeah, Kazu's also playing pretty high.
And a C-spin from Kazu.
Pop out. Oh, the Z goes in.
54 attack. But what is this board state from Uyashoda?
Uyashoda going. Oh my god.
That's not how you expected it to end, but it does.
Holy freaking crap.
Kazu.
I think I even know what exactly was going on through Uyashoda's head in the moment. It's like you have like one extra line of like blocks stacked over the matrix. It was like on the left side. I think it's like he was thinking of that as like the top row, and that's why he brought out the eyepiece, because I don't know. It's like in that moment, like visually, it's maybe that isn't how it happened. It's not like I could personally ask him. He'd be like, I don't understand what you're saying.
But yeah, your winner for the Tetris Effect World Championship Grandmasters bracket for Zone Battle, Kazu.
Congratulations to Kazu for doing an excellent job of cleaning up the competition. But I would also like to give a big applause, again, can't hear it on mic, to Uyashoda. Uyashoda lost to Kazu in winner's side, 1-5. Did not look the same at all in this loser's run back. So
yeah,
but
I mean,
again, Kazu is just, what do you do?
I mean,
what do you do about that?
Kazu is still very clearly at the top, but I mean, you really have to give credit to the other players as well, because Kazu had to really fight for it. If you look back like about a year ago or like 2 years ago, like Kazu was very clearly at the top, and now there's like stiff competition. This was not easy for Kazu, but I mean, gonna still stand at the top for a little bit longer, you know? And I think like absolutely deserves it. Like, well played. Holy smokes. But I mean, what a bracket.
We had 8 wonderful players tonight.
We like your top, like not only the top 8, but like
we had some expected results, but and we had OSW, you know, making the American run, fight for the rights of every man, fight for your life. Unfortunately, getting knocked out by the modern.
Like every single match we saw tonight here. Every single match we saw here tonight was just so insane. Like my goodness.
I was on the edge of my seat for this last one. I can't even front. Like you guys didn't see my webcam the whole time, but Shen was probably watching it like giggling.
Yeah, we were like you could probably see the both of us just like glued to the screen. I mean, but yeah, I'm so. This was so intense.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess I'll say, you know, hindsight's 20/20, so don't take this the wrong way. I'm glad we didn't go to a bracket reset. I've had a bit of a day, and that's okay. But
yeah, been a long day for a lot of people.
It's always nice to be able to be like, oh, whew, only had to do that much. But I won't be saying that next week. I'm gonna have a very short day.
But yeah, but speaking of next week, we have the trifecta where your top 4 from all of these previous modes, well, except for connected versus, but from score attack, classic score attack, and zone battle, we have your 12 players, your top 4 from each bracket, competing in one final tournament, all 3 modes. Next week, it's gonna be a real fun time. From score attack,
it's gonna be chaotic. It's going to be
chaotic. Players are gonna be playing modes they're not comfortable with.
It will determine with finality who is the best at all of multiplayer Tetris Effect. Who is?
Yeah.
I think it would be fun for OSW to take it, because then it could be like, I'm killing it in journey mode, speed runs. I'm killing it in everything else. Like, but yeah. Who is the best multi-tiered player?
Yeah. From score attack, we have Super Shocky, your previous trifecta champion. We got Zin, we got Ferox, and OSW. From classic score attack, we got Miles the Great, Sodium Overdose, Huffaluffagus, and Allenbot. From zone battle, from what you saw tonight, I mean, we saw Kazu, Uyushoda, OSW again, and a Rocky. But I mean, you can't have OSW twice in the bracket.
Yeah.
So what does that mean?
So what we're gonna be doing there is that's going to be a wild card slot, and we're still gonna figure out who it's gonna be, but we got
a few contenders,
including Promo and Kirby. So
that's only the beginning of the list.
I'm not saying it will be one of those two, but those.
It's only the beginning of the list too. There's plenty more. Like who's gonna be the mystery 12th? You're gonna have to just wait and see. You know,
who's gonna sneak in and counterfeit the whole tournament? Who's gonna wind up being like, yeah, you know what? I snuck in, I won. What of it? That would be an excellent way for this all to go.
And, you know, the top 4 players, everyone who's, like, qualified, will be receiving a bit of a prize package, including the stuff you see here. And a lot of the stuff here, obviously the medal aside, is for sale. You can buy these, you know? You can buy the hoodie. I mean, I'm wearing the hoodie right now. You can buy that. You can buy some nice stickers, both normal glossy ones or holographic ones, or foil holographic, one of the two. Very shiny, very pretty looking. They go great on anything you slap them on. And of course, the APMEX coin, you know, the coin of bad predictions, as some might say.
Might not be the best way to market it.
Hey, it's bad at predictions, but it's a good investment. How about that?
Well, also, to be fair, if it's bad at predictions, but it's always a binary decision, that means that, inversely, it is good at predictions.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Just go with the opposite. You just gotta go with the opposite.
It's either cursed or Shen was calling the wrong side.
Yeah.
It's like, oh wait, the Rockets heads. Doi.
But yeah, there's the AppMex coins. They come in gold. They're also in other precious metals like silver. I think someone said palladium, referencing Terraria.
I got mine in diamond. I'm making a chain out of it.
Yeah, real blinged out. There's also Tetris. There's also just straight up Tetraminos in pure silver, so you can make a nice little Tetris board out of them if you want to be spending that kind of money.
I did not even know that. That actually sounds very interesting.
And I suppose now we mention the giveaway. I think we're doing the giveaway now because the collector's editions are on screen.
You have 20 seconds.
You got 20 seconds. This is your last call. Type connected in the chat. Type connected in the chat if you want to. If you want a chance to win this, you have to type connected in the chat now, or else you won't get a chance. This is like I think your second to last chance. I think we'll do one during Trifecta, but this is one of your only few chances left. Type connected. I see a lot of it. Yeah, like do it how I did it. Like exactly. Hopefully I don't win. Hopefully I don't win because I don't want to.
I have a special edition. I don't even know it.
But yeah.
I don't have shelf space.
We're just gonna be waiting here in pure suspense. It's rolling.
The drawing is happening. It's over. You can't enter anymore.
Epog GG.
Epog?
Yep.
Epog?
Yeah.
Like, Epog's about to super pog. Like, yo.
Real. Yeah. Congratulations. You do get in contact with Austin, I believe. We'll be managing that for you. But if you didn't win, which in other words is the rest of us, you still have another chance. But you have to take every chance you can get.
And you
Stay
should
tuned for next week
because it's going to be. It's gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be intense. It's gonna be wild. We're gonna be seeing all of the modes you've been seeing these past few weeks.
And
yeah, and the one on the Japanese stream, I believe, at Enhanced Experience was clairvoyant. So congratulations, if you are in the chat right now.
Oh damn, they were doing 2 giveaways. That's cool.
All right, and I don't know if there's much more to say.
I'd like to give a communal thanks to the sponsors of today's stream. A big thank you to Hyperkin, providing excellent Tetris-themed gaming products and lifestyle accessories like the
including those controllers,
the Nintendo Switch case, the controllers, the other stuff. I'd like to give a big thanks to APMEX, one of the more interesting sponsors I've seen in a while.
There's the coin too. I can hold up this stuff as you talk about it. Here's the AppMex coin.
You can tell that they're a company who they like Tetris. You don't just make a thing where it's like entirely evocative.
Also buy the merch
of the NES stuff, and they went and did it. It's good stuff.
Wonderful stuff.
I could appreciate collecting. I could appreciate having collector's items, and when they're as high quality as the stuff you get from APMEX, you gotta appreciate it. And a big pants for hire size welcome, and I'm a big guy, to the Tetris Company. Do you know that the Tetris Company is a licensing company for video games like Tetris Effect Connected? The very video game that you watched on stream tonight? Well, without them, I guess none of this would be possible. So,
that's fair enough.
A lot of gratitude to them. A lot of gratitude to Enhance for making the game that we all love. A lot of gratitude to Beast and Shen for being such a beast on production.
Yeah. There's a reason why they call him Beast
organization.
And Shen,
And I'd like to give a big thanks to Commando, my partner in crime for the time being. I like commentating. I like commentating this little idiot.
I mean, I can't really say much. I am much smaller than you in comparison.
I use
it's
always very literally.
It's always a pleasure to be commentating with this guy here. Pants. Yeah. It's like, it's always wonderful. And also, thank you for watching.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Thanks for all the clips. Thanks for all the funny things you post that I didn't read because I didn't have chat open.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. I don't know if there's anything else we can say much for you.
All right, yeah, we should be done. So bye-bye, everybody, and see
you
next weekend.
See you guys. Have a good night.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.